Welcome to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con in 2016. What an awesome year it's been so far. Max.
Hey, what's up?
I swear we did not coordinate. This is just a thing we happen to do.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
We're not wearing Rogue One themed clothes. I have stormtroopers and you have palm trees, but that kind of comes
works,
together. Yeah. Comic-Con's here. It's awesome. It's already kicking off. It's hot, which is why we have these like ornate short sleeve shorts and shirts.
Yeah.
What are you wearing under there?
A pair of jogging shorts like Michael Cera wears in Juno. Prove me wrong.
How's Comic-Con been for you so far?
Really cool. We got to run around the show floor last night, preview night, which is sort of weird. They should call it spoiler night.
Yeah.
They really should. But it's cool because a lot of toys are on display. I really love the toys at Comic-Con because they're like a physical thing, and seeing them up close and personal is really good. On top of that, they're showing off costumes from a bunch of stuff, just in the flesh, or not in the flesh, I guess sort of in the cloth.
There's no flesh in the costume.
There's no flesh. I mean, some of them have like synthetic flesh, but
got it.
We got to look at
otherwise that's a cosplayer.
Exactly. Yeah, that'd be weird. There's plenty of cosplay too, though. But there were a bunch of Rogue One costumes on display. Some of the ones we'd seen at Celebration, plus a brand new alien, which sort of looks like Zuckuss' cousin. He's called Adrio Two Tubes.
Yeah, I was calling him Tommy Two Tubes.
Yeah,
because you know why not?
Yeah, or like Two Chains.
Yeah, I was when we found out this year that Star Wars Celebration and San Diego Comic-Con were back to back like that. I was a little bummed out we couldn't make it out to London and go there. But it seems like a lot of the stuff made it over here. Now you got to check out the Hasbro booth, which had tons of cool toys, right?
Yeah. So actually at Celebration they announced that the first Rogue One Black Series action figure will be Jyn Erso, the main character. And they showed that off, and they were like, oh, yeah, here's the action figure. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then they were like, oh, yeah, by the way, at Comic-Con you can buy it, which I feel like is kind of almost like, it's kind of a bummer for people who went all the way to Europe for Celebration, you know?
Yeah.
But it's the same figure you're going to be able to get later, you know, kind of in the main collection. They also have an exclusive Obi-Wan Kenobi, which comes with his coffee table. And I don't
think that's what they call it in Star Wars.
It's like a credenza or something. It's a Tatooinean credenza, but it's got those little like lamps and stuff. It's where does the projection of Princess Leia?
Leia, yeah.
And I got to play with that. I got to play with the actual thing. And the thing is, it lights up and it talks, which I'm like, oh, that's cool. Talking Star Wars toy, whatever. I've had some of those. This one does the entire Carrie Fisher monologue that she gives to R2-D2, which is like. It's like really long.
That's like half the movie.
It like keeps going. I was like holding it up to the mic. It just kept going. So they also got a Kylo Ren, which comes with the messed up Darth Vader helmet and a cool like First Order, Paul or standard.
Yeah, it's like a weird banner behind
flag.
It, right? Yeah. So Comic-Con's an awesome place to just throw money away. But one of the things I really appreciate is that even if you're not going to spend money, it sort of feels like this big nerd museum because you can walk around and see stuff that you're like, okay, I wouldn't necessarily drop $500 on this giant collector's Ninja Turtle statue that looks exactly like the costumes from the original film, but it's just cool to look at.
Yeah. Like if you don't have rich friends who can afford that stuff and you can't go over to their house and play with it, it's kind of cool because Comic-Con you can go and look at it real up close, which is nice.
And we'll be putting up slideshows for plenty of stuff on the Comic-Con show floor. Tons of figures, toys, collectibles, Funko Pops, giant costumes.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do a lot of cosplay stuff.
Cosplayers, like everything.
I think we might have actually brought a Batman costume. I don't know what we're doing with that. I don't really want to know.
I'm not wearing it.
A lot of people put that on. It's probably gross
hot
inside.
out there. I'm not wearing a Batman costume. Neither are you.
I don't know why they do it's always like the big conventions I feel like are in the hottest places.
Yeah.
You know, you've got like Anime Expo in LA, you got Comic-Con in San Diego, and there's like a ton of cosplayers from Arizona, and I'm like,
yep.
Are you just masochists? I don't get it.
Yeah, next year they're doing Sahara Desert Comic-Con, which is just going to be brutal.
The Death Valley Wizard World.
There's also a lot of game stuff here, although not as much as we ever think there's going to be, but it doesn't stop there from being a few cool surprises.
It's kind of hard to track because it does fall between E3 and Gamescom, and then there's PAX and stuff. Let's see, what was going off? There's Resident Evil is demoing some stuff.
Yep,
I think
in VR.
This is a really important year for game demos and stuff because I think that obviously, events like PAX will attract people who are hardcore gamers, but getting people who are kind of more casually interested in games, but still like, nerd culture as a whole, getting them in a VR experience is going to totally move the needle in terms of people adopting that. I know they've got the Resident Evil kitchen demo, which is very scary. The lady like yells at you.
Which is like, I mean, you probably put that demo at home on your PS4, but
it's the different one.
This is a new area, right?
Yeah.
And this is entirely in VR, which you can't try yet at home.
They also got a few like kind of, and I sort of predicted this being a thing, but sort of almost like carnival rides in VR. They're doing one for like American Horror Story and Teen Wolf, but those aren't games. On the show floor, we've also got there's some Tomb Raider stuff.
Yep.
There's some Final Fantasy stuff. You actually got a chance to swing by the Nintendo booth in preview.
Yes, I did, and right before that, I got to play Pac-Man Championship Edition 2, which is just, well, Well, if you're dealing with the chaos and sort of clutter of the show floor already, merge that with this sort of like light-shattering, crazy visual game where you're trying to, it's score-based, it's nuts. It's kind of like a good growing up of the version we played a few years ago, and obviously the version we played in the 80s. Speaking of which, I got to go hands-on, or at least hold, the classic NES, the mini NES that Nintendo's making, which is like, no matter how small you think that thing is, it's actually even smaller. The controller is about the same exact width as the console itself. It's out this November. It's $60. It's got 30 games on it. And I swear it weighs less than the controller. Like, and of all the things that we've seen here at Comic-Con, I think Comic-Con is very exclusively, you know, we're now in our 30s. It's kind of cool to see, like, anything you showed us back in the day, if you showed us now with a time machine, we'd be like, no way, they made a Deadpool movie, no way, you know, there's like 5 different Spider-Man films and blah, 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 blah. This thing is one of the weirdest ones in terms of like, wait, you put 30 games on one little box, and I can just hook it up HDMI, and then of course a kid wouldn't know what that word was.
Yeah, no, I mean it's kind of that's that digital future. I mean, I remember when the idea of like an iPod was totally revolutionary. It's a small thing that you can fit all these records on. Where do they go? How do you get them in there? But I think that's awesome. I love how it's sort of Nintendo's answer to like the Rare Replay collection that Xbox One got. That was that like 30 games too? How many was that? It was a bunch.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, and I mean those were ranging from really old stuff to like, you know, more recent things which were more kind of graphically intensive. But this is kind of, I really love how much of like a party machine this is. Like, it's just like, oh, you want to play Bubble Bobble with your friends? There you go.
Yeah, and it's got save states. Extra controllers are $10. They got in touch with a lot of third parties, so it isn't just like a first party box. You got stuff like Castlevania, Final Fantasy, Ninja Gaiden. Like, it's just a sort of cool collection. I mean, some people are bummed out that you couldn't add more games to it. It doesn't have amiibo support. You know, you give somebody something and they'll be like, I want the world out of it.
Yeah.
But I think taking this for what it is, which is a cool party system, like you said, that you would find at the end cap at Target or something, a quick sort of impulse purchase you buy on the way out. Super awesome stuff. Now, we're going to be live streaming for the next 3 days. Tons of people are coming through the stage. Max, you and I are two of the least important people that will be sitting in these chairs, so we have lots of, you know, not to downplay our own importance, but we have a lot of really big guests. I don't even know if I can say some of them yet.
Are we allowed? I don't know if we're allowed to. It's kind of some of them might be secrets.
You can make one up.
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin, inventor of electricity, will be here later on.
He brought by his brand new pot-bellied stove 2.0.
Yep, he's got a Comic-Con exclusive kite.
That's dumb.
No, but we do have some of the producers from Voltron, Legendary Defender, coming on. We've got some guys from Star Trek. We've got some people from Game of Thrones. Luke Cage will be here. For the next 3 days, it's just going to be absolutely bonkers up here. You actually ran into a celebrity on the show floor just now.
Yeah, I was over, I was taking some photos at the Hot Toys booth, and I had a sort of a wonderful moment. Ran into Hideo Kojima in front of a giant 1/6 scale TIE Interceptor that's not even for sale, and I was like, this is the most Comic-Con-ass swear word imaginable.
That's some of your favorite things coming together at the exact same time.
Yeah, and Kojima actually tweeted out this morning, we didn't know he was really even going to have a presence at E3, let alone Comic-Con, but apparently they unveiled, they're doing a Figma action figure of the Koji Pro mascot, that Spaceman Knight, Ludens. Who makes those great cough drops, those cherry-flavored ones.
He's this sort of like chunky astronaut-looking guy.
Yeah.
I have the T-shirt of him. It was part of the original unveiling when Kojima left Konami. It was kind of like, I'm breaking up with you guys. My ex is crazy. I'm starting this new thing. Check it out.
Yeah, but I mean, presumably Norman Reedus is here for Walking Dead stuff, so I mean, it makes sense that he'd be hanging out with Kojima. So.
That's right. Speaking of Walking Dead, we'll have the cast members from The Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead on this show. It's just going to keep going and going. I'm kind of a little nervous. I'm a little excited.
You're very nervous.
I'm very nervous.
So I'm actually, I'm not going to be doing much on the live show itself, but I'm going to be running around on the show floor. We do this thing called IGN Access. Check that out, IGN Access on Twitter. We use basically the hashtag IGN Access. Tweet that at IGN and say what you want to see. If you're not at Comic-Con, just like remote control, like Simon says. Like, tell me what you want me to go check out. You can be really weird, and we might not make a video about it, but you know, if there's a particular collectible or like maybe kind of a more, you know, a blanket thing, like if you want to check out, you know, Deadpool toys or Harley Quinn toys, or you want to talk to really bad cosplayers politely, maybe.
More people should do that, by the way. Talk to cosplayers politely. You were also running around shooting some of the biggest stuff here, and I noticed one of the things you found, Hot Wheels, which has been working in conjunction with Star Wars, doing very bizarre crossovers that, like, I kind of like in a weird way.
Yeah,
like, I'm not a big car guy, even though I'm a sweaty Italian. I should.
They're like, what if Chewbacca was a truck? Yeah, what if Chewbacca was a truck?
They made an X-Wing race car crossover that they've actually built a life-size, I think life-size.
Yeah, so here's the thing. at conventions, events, they frequently have like some kind of car on display, and you get two varieties. You get the one that doesn't work and is just a prop. There's like a Batmobile floating around somewhere that I think is just like a sculpture, basically.
Right.
You can take pictures in it, whatever.
You can't just drive it off.
Yeah, I don't think it functions because that would be insane. And then you've got the ones where they're like, oh yeah, here's some like Overwatch-themed Lamborghinis, because that's a game that has cars in it. In this case, this is an actual functional race car that they basically modded out to look like an X-Wing Hot Wheels. And I got to get inside it, and I still have a leg cramp from doing that.
Was it too small for you?
It's
You're
a race
tall
car.
man.
No, I mean, apparently they're built for fairly tall people, but
Right.
it's still just like, I'm just not in good enough shape to get into an X-Wing,
So
apparently.
that's kind of the magic of Comic-Con, is that you turn one corner and there's Hideo Kojima, and you turn the other corner and there's an X-Wing race car you can get into.
Yeah.
It's surrounded by Deadpool cosplayers and stuff like that. Side note, as a Deadpool fan, which I know you've always been since a kid, how surreal is it to, like, first of all, get that awesome movie this year that was one of the highest grossing movies of the year?
Dude, I was so nervous about that.
Yeah.
Like last year, we had the live show last year, and
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds like photobombed our set, or
He
just
crashed
crashed.
our
just
set,
walked on
and that's-
back, and I was like,
That is the magic of IGN Live at Comic-Con, is
Yeah.
like you're just standing there and all of a sudden you're like, what? Ryan
who
Reynolds
will
is here?
crash our set this year?
Let's
But
go
yeah,
from
so
this character who was sort of
Yeah.
obscure and kind of beloved by the diehard to like seeing cosplay everywhere. You're trying to do a
Yeah.
roundup of all the different Deadpool stuff at this show,
Sure.
right?
So I've always said that I feel like Deadpool kind of is following the same pattern that Wolverine followed in the '90s, where he went from being this like kind of like this like badass side character who was like a fan favorite but wasn't really necessarily marketable. I mean, in the '80s it was like comics still had to be sort of kid friendly, and when you've got this like drunk Canadian man with knives in his hands, like that doesn't really work. But then it did, and then in the '90s they made suddenly that worked. That made sense, and we're at a point where like geek culture is more widely accepted, and an R-rated comic book movie blew up.
Yeah.
And they nailed it. I love Deadpool. I thought it came out just pretty much perfectly.
Which I think sends a really good message, by the way,
yeah.
because there's a lot of comic books that should become R-rated.
Yeah,
movies.
but I mean the thing is, there's kind of almost this fear of overexposure, and for a second I think I've completely lapsed on tracking Deadpool in comic form because he's in too many issues.
Yeah.
Like there's just, I mean, I don't know how many series he's in simultaneously. I don't know if he's in X-Force anymore. He's got Cable and Deadpool are back again. There's different side universes. I think they killed him with a planet or something. But like that said, there's suddenly super high-end collectibles. There's more action figures. There's like a quarter scale Deadpool that I saw, which is like this tall, and he's got like one of those like knuckle rings that says like Deadpool, but it's like spelled wrong. And I was over at the Hasbro booth where they got the Marvel Legends, and they have these. They're doing like 12-inch Marvel Legends, so they're still plastic. They don't have like little clothes on or anything. But they had this funny little thing where they had a little stand, and it said, "The full course is still on the way," and there was a small burrito right next to it. Could have been a chimichanga. So I'm
think it was a
thinking
chimichanga.
maybe they're making an action figure of Deadpool in that scale. So that's one more to add to the Amazon wish list.
Thank you, Max Scoville. Comic-Con's full of surprises, from Deadpool to Game of Thrones, Star Trek Beyond, to The Walking Dead, to giant race cars you can get into. Hideo Kojima just walking around. We're going to try to capture it all and do as much as we can right here on IGN Live. So stick with us all weekend long. This is Comic-Con. I am so excited.
Keep watching the skies. Skis.
What's up, everybody? We're here at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon, this is Jim. We are joined by Fede Alvarez, director of the upcoming movie Don't Breathe. Don't Breathe, you may have seen his previous film, Evil Dead. Fede, welcome back. Now, your new movie, Don't Breathe, I love the premise of this movie. Correct me if I'm wrong, But these kids decide to break into this old blind guy's house. They hear he's got some money stashed under a mattress somewhere. When they get inside, they realize he's not a helpless old blind man. He's actually a cold-blooded killer, and now they're trapped inside, trying to be as quiet as possible so he doesn't find them and kill them. Does that pretty much wrap it up?
You pretty much sum it up.
No,
yeah.
cool.
Saying more than that would be spoiling the whole movie. But
Yeah.
yes, that's kind of the premise of the movie, and it's really one of those that if you think you know what it is about, you're probably wrong. So that's kind of how it started.
At least, yeah, that's how you're presenting
that's
it.
how you start.
As of
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
definitely where it starts.
Can you talk about basically turning the audience's sympathy around? It's built in to be, it's an old blind man, and just having fun with like taking what is your natural human inclination, which is to have sympathy for somebody, and then completely making them afraid of this guy. And
Well, part of the trick was to get Stephen Lang from Avatar to play the blind man. If I was you, don't call him old man to his face.
Nope.
It's not good for
Noted.
your health.
he's ripped.
But
Don't mess with him.
it really is part of the magic of the movie that at first that's the impression everybody gets. Like it's just a blind man, and not just the kids in the movie, but the audience also kind of underestimate him. And then it's really marvelous to see him turning from that guy into a cold-blooded hunter, which they're in his house, so he has the legal right to hunt them down in a way. And it's what makes the movie very interesting for me, because though he has the right to do what he's doing, you kind of sympathize with the kids as well, and it becomes this game about who you're rooting for kind of thing, right?
Well, speaking of game, I mean, it sounds a lot like a literal cat and mouse game. What can you talk about? Just kind of developing the layout of the house and sort of the geography of knowing where to go and how to trap these characters. You know?
Well, it's kind of the last thing you want to do in a horror movie, and one of the things that piss off the audience the most is when they go into the wrong direction, right? When they run upstairs, when they should go through a door, when they go downstairs, when they should stay where they are, when they decide to talk out loud, when they should be quiet, right? So that was definitely, to your question, it was definitely one of the challenges, and we were really trying to create a house that is also in a way like the Minotaur maze, right? And being the blind man, the Minotaur. And these kids are really trying to get out of there, but it becomes trickier than what it seems. And for us, the challenge was definitely keep it as real as we could, and combined with the work with the actors and myself, like make sure that all the decisions they made was exactly like what you would do. Like if you were there, I will go for that window, and they do that, and then it's not a great idea. So you feel like, oh, I wouldn't survive in that place a second, and that's kind of the fun of the game of the movie, right?
Well, can you talk about developing sort of the visual style for a movie that is, largely supposed to be set in the dark too? So can you talk? That's a particular challenge right there of not having the same vibe to each scene. So
well, that talks to there's a particular scene in the movie, which is when really the tables are turned, and is when all the lights goes out, right? And that's when you realize that facing a blind man wasn't something that made it easier. It's actually harder because he doesn't need the light, never needed it. But you do, so suddenly everything changes. And for me, it was really a challenge of creating a long scene of the movie where it was complete darkness, right? And how do you do that? And you should watch the movie to see if it works for you. But it's something that is never done before, and it works pretty well for me. It's pretty interesting.
The whole idea of the Stephen Lang character to me sounds like, what if when Daredevil gets old, he just decides to become a killer?
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I got all the tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah, that's basically what you get. It's an older version of him, like being very pissed off because they're trying to get his money. Yeah.
Now, you're working with Jane Levy again,
Yes.
your star from Evil Dead.
Exactly.
Can you talk about just working with her again? Did you write this for her in mind? Or?
No, I did not. I don't cast while I write. Not until the script is done that I start thinking who I'm going to cast. But she was the first one to read the script, and we're good friends. We're always good friends before making the movies. We make the movies, we hate each other, and then we decide to make another movie together. It's not that I hate each other. She hates me, which is different.
Yeah.
And
You put her through the ringer and things.
Yeah, and she has all the reasons to do that, and hopefully, as while the movies, are good. If the movies are good and she's proud of them, we'll continue doing them.
Awesome. I also wanted to ask about the movie is set in Detroit, but did I read this right? You shot in Hungary?
Well, yeah, I mean, Hollywood is not in Hollywood anymore, and everybody's
Yeah,
saying that. Always, like, we should try to bring Hollywood back to LA, and it's been, we try, and some movies are actually shot in LA. The reality is, like, most movies are outside the state sometimes. There's a thing, Atlanta or New Orleans, that's the place that you shoot the most. And in this case, we build all the sets, we build reproductions of the houses, of the main house in Hungary, but then all the exteriors of the movie and everything that happens outside is actually in Detroit in location, and we actually went to where the house of the blind man was, and we found that house and we shot around that. So it's pretty real in that aspect, yeah.
Do you mind me asking? I'd read that you had 2 game movies in development, Dante's Inferno and Monster Apocalypse.
It's true.
Do you have any status updates on those? That you can
On
share?
Dante's Inferno we've always been trying to find a way to do it for a budget that is not insane, because I've been so far managed to get away with what I want to do in movies. Like the 2 movies I've done are exactly my cut, and what I do is I'm not a filmmaker that would complain about, oh, the studio crushed my vision, and nothing like that. Those movies you saw is exactly what I wanted, and if something doesn't work, it's because it's my fault and not someone else that'll tell me what to do and misleading me. So I'm always careful about going to the bigger studio movies, even though I was tempted at some point. But it's really one of the things that if you want to be an author, create movies that are original and new, and really, like in Don't Breathe, try to go to places that nobody went before. Like, it's hard to make that if you're spending $150 million. So yes, those movies, we develop them, and hopefully if I find a way to make them in a context where I can really do my movie and not someone else's movie, I'll do it.
Well, are there particular elements of the Dante's Inferno game that you feel like are must-haves for the movie?
Well, it's really different from the game, honestly. It goes a bit more to what the original poem was and what's the mythology on the original story of Dante's Inferno. And it takes some ideas from the game, but it's more, I think story-wise, it's more similar to the classic story.
Oh, okay. And how does one do a Monster Apocalypse movie? I mean, I have no idea where you would start.
Well,
I'm just curious.
It's basically, it was a game that Tim Burton was going to make a movie out of it at some point, and because Pacific Rim was too similar to what he wanted to do, he decided not to do it. And the producers approached me and asked me, "What you want to give it a shot?" And we had a completely different take, which soon you'll hear about it soon. It's more of a post-apocalyptic monster movie, and it's a bit more of an apocalypse now in the world of monsters. So that's why it's Monster Apocalypse now.
Do we have time for another question?
Yeah, a couple more. I wanted to ask, Don't Breathe actually premiered early this year at South by Southwest. What was the reaction like?
It was amazing. It's so far. Look, I had the chance to show it a couple times to a big audience, and I'm always mind blown by the reaction. So it's just because the movie brings a lot of anarchy to what the classic horror movies that you see in the cinemas these days bring. It goes to very unique places that, again, I cannot tell you because I will spoil it to you. But it has a couple of scenes where you'll be in the theater and your jaw will be dropping and you will go like, I cannot believe they're doing that. Yeah. And that's what I like to see when I go to see a horror movie, because horror's always been about that, about really pushing the boundaries and doing something that it's, I don't want to swear here, but you know what I mean. Going really to a place.
Awesome.
Your last film, Evil Dead, was just a little bit gory, I thought.
A little.
How would you rate the gore level in Don't Breathe? I know it's not a horror movie.
Not a gory. Well,
like,
it is a horror movie. It's a horror thriller, but it's not gory. It's all about the suspense.
Yeah.
It has but it's very taboo as well. Like the gore on Evil Dead was not just gory, it was taboo-ish, right?
Yeah.
There was some things that you go like, oh, it's kind of wrong.
Yeah.
And the same thing happens again in this movie, but in a different level. It's not real about the blood. There's other fluids that I won't tell you about it. But
God.
All right, well, we're going to get to see all those fluids on August 26th.
Don't ooze.
August 26th when
Don't
Don't
tell.
Breathe is in theaters. Fede, thank you so much for coming by today.
Thank you guys for having me again.
Stay tuned. Much more to come from Comic-Con 2016 here at IGN.
2016, and we'll share them live here in just a little bit. I'm Damon Hatfield, this is Terry Schwartz, and it's time to talk about Luke Cage. Mike Coulter is Luke Cage, and Cheo Coker is executive producer. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you. No,
Thank you for having us.
He definitely is Luke Cage. I mean,
sure.
the thing is, from the second he stepped on set, it was like, wow.
Well, we've already seen him in Jessica Jones.
Yeah.
A little taste of that. So we've had 2 seasons of Daredevil. We've had Jessica Jones. Next up is Luke Cage, premiering on Netflix September 30th. Tell us a little bit about what your show is going to be like.
Well, I'll let Cheo take it from here, but let me just say that first and foremost, it's different than Jessica Jones. So as much as everyone loved Jessica Jones, please don't expect that. We moved this party uptown to Harlem. It's a different feel, different musicality, different people, different vibe. Yes, I'm still the same, but there's a different story we're telling. So I'll let Cheo tell you the rest.
Well, it's just kind of the journey of how does somebody become a hero? Like, how does someone from Jessica Jones, who, you know, said quite clearly he never wanted to be a part of doing this, because I think the line was, you know, either they're coming after you with a handout or a noose. They're, you know, so we basically have taken that uptown, and it's like, what makes somebody get involved? What makes somebody come out of the shadows to help? You know, how does a bulletproof man, you know, change the ecology of a neighborhood with the cops and with the community? So it's like, I mean, I think it's a roller coaster ride, you know, and I think it's going to be a show that at once is fun, but at the same time we basically hit a lot of different issues, but we do it in a way where it's always fun and it's always interesting and really quite compelling.
We got to know Luke pretty well in Jessica Jones. So when we pick back up with him in Luke Cage, how much is it going to feel sort of like a quick catch up, finding out what he's been up to since then, and how much do you guys start your own story and just move forward from there?
I think we take for granted that either people have seen Jessica Jones, or that the story that we're telling can stand alone. So we're not going to give you a quick synopsis of what happened prior to, you know,
Right.
because if you didn't see Jessica Jones, which you should, definitely go check it out. But if not, you start watching our show, the series starts in a place where you can understand Luke's dilemma. We'll give you enough of the backstory where you can catch up and just go with it. The story stands alone, so I don't think you need to worry about like how does it start off. And if you don't know Luke Cage's story as a comic book fan, then I still think it works, because we basically try to tell a story that is current, is 2016, is of the time. It has things that people can relate to, and whether he was a superhero or not, I think you can kind of still see the kind of man he's trying to be. He's a Renaissance man who's basically learning to grow up as a man and also evolve as a superhero, because essentially I call him a Renaissance man. He's a work under development in a sense. So I like his journey. I like the trajectory of the character, and I think we can relate to him whether he has superpowers or not.
I think that's what's really interesting about these Netflix shows is, yes, they are superhero shows, but they're very, we use the word gritty, but they are very like street level shows about the humans. When tackling Luke Cage, and you said you're talking about dealing with some issues, does he feel a little bit like the right hero for the right time? Does it feel like you're getting sort of into some of the social issues that we're having in our own world right now?
He's kind of the perfect hero for the perfect time right now. I mean, I think of any of the heroes, in a way, he's the most street level, because not only is he out there, he doesn't have a mask. You know, he literally, I mean, even though we'll deal more with him, Luke Cage versus Carl Lucas, I mean, he's out there with his name, he's out there just doing whatever he's doing. And the fact that he's stepping forward, even reluctantly, but as we kind of move forward, he becomes more confident in the fact that he is doing the right thing. And I think that's the thing. It's like, I mean, I'll never get tired of seeing a bulletproof black man. You know? And that's the thing about this show, is that it isn't that we set out to say anything as much as it is we just opened our eyes. And in terms of where he was going as a hero, what's happening now, and then at the same time acknowledging Harlem's past, and then the music, you just basically add water, mix it up, and it's refreshing.
Yeah, I think I read you guys are mining 90s hip hop a lot for the soundtrack.
Yeah.
I think it was a sweet time for everybody. At least for me, it was. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We also talk about how Luke was thrust into the role of superhero. Will we be learning more about his origins and how he came to have his powers?
Yeah. You know.
Yes.
I'm dying to tell you which episode, but I won't do that yet.
Hold on a little bit.
Yeah.
You talk about the influence of 90s hip hop, but what sort of films and TV shows sort of influenced the style that you brought together for this show?
I mean, we tried to be unprecedented, but I mean, you can't talk about this without talking about The Wire. I mean, that was always a huge influence from the standpoint of it being a show that it was topical and was about something, but at the same time was, you know, it wasn't really just about politics of a city or culture. It was just people came to the forefront. And that's the thing about this is that, yes, Luke is a superhero, but he's also a man. And everyone in this show gets a chance to be human, whether it's Luke, whether it's Misty Knight, whether it's Cottonmouth to a certain extent. He's going to be an incredible villain, you know, in terms of, and very nuanced villain. Mariah Dillard is very interesting in terms of what we do with her. You know, although comic book fans will know her as Black Mariah. And, you know, Shade, Scarf, I mean, everybody gets a chance to kind of shine in their own way. I can't really say it's as much influenced by anything as it is trying to blaze its own trail, because we carry the mantle of being a superhero show, but at the same time, we're also trying to, you know, be compared to any other drama out there. And I think we accomplish both.
Yeah.
Why did Cottonmouth feel like the right villain to serve as a foil to Luke Cage?
Well, because I think once you see Mahershala Ali and what he does with this role, it's like, you put these two guys in the same frame on the screen, it's like, oh my God, like you can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah.
Because he, you know, Mike has his own swagger as Luke Cage. Mahershala has his own swagger. And you put that much swagger in a room, something's bound to jump off in terms of a fight or whatever. So I think that's the thing, is that he's almost a classic villain, but at the same time, he's part of the fabric of what we're trying to do with the 90s vibe, with Harlem, with everything else.
Yeah, and I like to, you know, speaking to that, during filming, there were times, I mean, I'm sure you can echo the sentiment, but there were times when I felt like, you know, we had a nod or two to some of the classic blaxploitation films in a subtle way, because, you know, we can't ignore the fact that this is where this material was born from. There were times where, you know, maybe it was the cinematography, maybe it was the setup, maybe it was the clothing or something. There's just something about some of the stuff that we did and some of the things that we said, or my character said, and I kind of went, wait a minute, I feel very like, you know, all of a sudden I feel very like Shaft-like or something. It just became like, you know, like, wow, you know, in the subtle ways, because ultimately, you know, he's a man of the time, and I think the fact that he started in the 70s, I feel like we can't ignore that, and at the same time, he's a person that it translates. It's one of those things that it's timeless. The character's timeless. So he could have been in the 70s, or he could be now, and it's still just as effective. It's just a different time. But I felt like it kind of felt a little like that at times.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the show definitely has a mid-90s swagger. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think Wu-Tang, you think Mobb Deep, you know. That was the thing about having Adrian Young and Ali Shady Muhammad. Ali, of course, you know, I've known for 20 years for being a member of Tribe Called Quest. The thing is that we mix a lot of styles, because there is the mid-90s vibe, but then at the same time, because of Ali and Adrian's score, I mean, you'll feel that Curtis Mayfield, you'll feel that Isaac Hayes. It's just got attitude. Like, every time I watch the show, I'm like, damn, this is really cool.
So we're almost out of time. We have time for a couple more questions.
Mm-hmm. We're definitely very excited about how Luke Cage is going to fit into the Defenders later on. You know, we're at this point in the Marvel Netflix shows that it's sort of like the Thor, it's the tipping point. We're close to the end, close to everything coming together. Do you guys get to play around with that at all and sort of start setting the pieces for everything coming together down the road?
That's funny. I don't think, you know, I think people think that, you know, all of us is a master plan, and there is a master plan, I'm sure, at some level, but like with Chael has his own blueprint for what he wants to do with Luke Cage, and Melissa Rosenberg had her own her blueprint, and then you have Scott Buck, who's doing Iron Fist now, and then ultimately Daredevil. When we tell the story together, I think then again we'll have another take, another nuanced, you know, understanding of how these characters coincide, how they work together. So I think it'll be another journey again, trying to reintroduce the characters, and the flavor will be completely different. Well,
and then the other thing about it is, like, each individual series has its own vibe, but then you come together with the Defenders as a supergroup. So it's like, if Daredevil is, you know, the Genius, and, you know, Jessica Jones is Raekwon, and we're Ghostface Killer, we're all going to come together with the Defenders as Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
And so the same way that you can individually, like, have your own favorite members of Wu-Tang, but then when they come together as the group, you know, that's really the power of, and really the genius of how it's set up, is that each show is individual, but then when you put them together, it's like everybody gets their moment, and then it's like, man, you know.
Mike, I don't know if you're familiar with the Marvel superhero strength scale.
Yeah.
It's a scientific scale ranking the strength of Marvel superheroes.
Okay.
Luke Cage is on par with Loki.
Okay.
So,
Loki, wow.
would you feel comfortable going toe-to-toe with Tom Hiddleston?
On camera, off camera?
Either.
Okay. On camera, I think we would equal out.
Yeah.
Off camera,
It'd be a little different.
I'm going to take the high road.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you so much.
Luke Cage premieres on Netflix September 30th.
Yes.
Check it out. Stay tuned.
it
More
out.
to come from IGN Live here at San Diego Comic-Con 2016 after this.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con in San Diego 2016. I'm Brian Altano, this is Joshua Yale, and this is Joaquin, Lauren, and Tim from Voltron, Legendary Defender. First of all, congrats on making an awesome Netflix show together. I don't know how you did that. Voltron's something we all grew up with, or at least many of us did.
Yeah.
A huge success, awesome, just really, really cool. So thank you for being here.
Well, thanks for having us.
Yeah. With you guys having done, Korra and Avatar, The Last Airbender, it was, and then you guys are doing Voltron, and it's like, wow, this has got to be great, and it was like fantastic. Yeah. So, was there anything you learned of doing those other series that you took into Voltron and applied to the series?
I think from the outset, we wanted to make a show that was fun. We wanted, not to take itself too seriously. We wanted, obviously, there to be drama and stakes. But I think one of the awesome things about Avatar and Korra was that the characters were fun, and there was a sense of real camaraderie amongst all the characters. So I think that was one of the pillars.
Yeah, I think building the Voltron team and making those guys really good characters, and also just building in the kind of jokes and the camaraderie that come up before the big climactic battles, which they always deliver. So.
Yeah, I like that when you get to the climactic battles, you're pulling for the team. There's a great and the sense of humor is so great. And the character who sort of stole the show for me was Rhys Darby's character, Corin. It came out of left field and just had me laughing. And everyone else is super funny, especially Hunk and everything. But he really stole the show. So what was it like working with Rhys and coming up with a sense of humor for the show?
I mean, Rhys was...
Yeah, he was an early pick, and we were like, do you think we could get Rhys? And then somehow, he had wanted to do a show at DreamWorks, so it really worked out perfectly, and he's incredible. I mean, obviously, as an improviser, he's tip-top, so he can always...
That's the greatest thing, is just watching him sort of take the script and then go crazy in the booth and just give you all these alternate takes and different sort of weird ways of looking at lines. All of them hilarious.
Yeah. And it's even evolved over time. It's gotten even crazier now that Tim and the writers are even more familiar with how Rhys talks and and his voice. They'll just write things specifically for him.
Yeah, it's really fun to develop the Altean gibberish.
He actually reminded me a lot of a character you would see on a cartoon in the 80s. You'd turn on the TV and be like, what's this weird voice?
Wacky dude.
Something I really appreciated about this, and as someone who grew up loving Voltron, but never really understanding what it would be like to be one of those characters in that. You would turn on the TV, Voltron would be there, you'd just assume that everyone, all these teenagers would be like, yeah, it's cool, we're flying around space in these cats. But there's something about this happening in sort of real time as these characters are learning about it for the first time, where they're some of them are kind of being like, what the hell is going on? Why am I in a cat? Hunk keeps throwing up. Which is, I think, something I identify with, not throwing up, but specifically if I was flying around in space in a giant cat, I'd be like, I don't understand this. I want to go eat a sandwich.
I mean, when you think about that scenario, there's cats that wear other cats as boots. It's a crazy situation, you know. And the fact that these kids, are from Earth, a slightly, Earth from the future, but they're still pretty grounded. There's been no real contact with aliens up to that point. I think, we talked early on, and that was one of the things that really set this version apart, was that you're on the ride with these characters, and you're seeing everything with them for the first time. And so their reactions when Hunk's saying, like, I'm a leg, it's crazy. It's totally nuts. It's a nutty scenario.
It's crazy because it's true.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that because it gives you the ability to sort of like pull back from the source material and be like, wait, what?
I'm going to spoil something, so if you haven't seen it, go away. So one of the biggest twists, my favorite twist of the show, was that Pidge was a girl. And there's been different interpretations of the characters in Voltron over the years. So what made you guys want to start with having us under the assumption that it's all boys, but then one of them was secretly a girl? Why did you guys make that a twist?
Well, it was just something that obviously I wanted to put more women in the show because we had pretty much an all-male cast without her. And just the idea of having that homage to the original show still, where you've still got Paige, he's still very much in that same space, but then when you reveal that it's a girl, nothing changes. And it's still very much, the character occupies the same space.
Right.
And so it was just kind of us proving like, hey, you can put a girl in this show and not make it any really that much different from the original. And it's actually a lot easier than I think a lot of people think to represent women in shows.
Yeah.
And have it just be perfectly fine.
And it added who would have thought it? It added a real sense of depth to the character, though, that wasn't necessarily there before. It was just sort of like you said, there were these sort of teenage space cadets that sort of accepted everything that was coming at them and were just in this situation.
Yeah. Well, I think if you had the toys in the 80s, which, by the way, I learned at a very young age that was the difference between sort of being like in a wealthy family and a non-wealthy family. Because you could go to a store and you could maybe get one Ninja Turtle and be okay, but you couldn't just get a foot.
Yeah, totally.
Like, I need all these
I need the whole thing.
But back in the day, it was sort of just like, well, I like the blue one or I like the red one. And now all of a sudden you're sort of looking in, you're like, well, each one of these characters has a real deeper personality, and it gives you a chance to explore that. So what was it like sort of carving out those identities for each character?
Well, it was, like you said, it was pretty much a blank slate, that they were just colors and that was it. So a lot of it came from the casting, I mean, we got great actors in this, and so it's easy to, start listening to them say the lines and then start crafting it around what they do great, like Jeremy Shada as Lance. Super funny, comes off as not too creepy, but kind of hitting on allure a lot. So, he plays that just right. And Tyler Labine is super funny as Hunk, too. So, working with those guys has made it really easy.
And Jeremy, by the way, pulled up in like a bright blue sports car.
Yeah.
First day of recording, we're like, dude, it's you. Lance.
Did it have a tail and ears?
I know, right?
That's incredible. So I got to ask you guys another thing. The show ends on this massive cliffhanger. Why did you do that to us?
Because we're cruel people.
Yeah, it's what you wanted.
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah, I mean, you want all stories. I think the fact that people are interested to see where the story could have gone, I think we're hoping for that, and that's, as storytellers, you want people coming back for more.
Right.
Yeah, and we want the story to continue, so we knew we couldn't wrap it up just within the first season.
Yeah.
We still know that there's a ton of room for it to grow, places for it to go, so we wanted to leave it open-ended. Maybe it didn't have to be quite so intense, but hey,
it was rather
anything,
abrupt.
I think that's the trade-off with the Netflix distribution model, is that if you were watching regular TV, you'd have 10 tiny cliffhangers throughout, and you guys just kind of made it flow. And had that redemption at the end where you're like, well, we haven't had any cliffhangers, let's just do a gigantic one.
Yeah.
10 times.
So we have had no official word on a second season yet. Can you offer us any hope that we'll get that?
We can tell you
We all have hope.
Yeah, and we're all still currently employed at DreamWorks. we're working
on.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, let's say if you did get a second season, where might you go and take the story? Generally speaking,
I think it's just just evolving the characters and seeing the good thing about the Netflix model is that you can kind of start peppering stuff in early that will pay off later. Yeah. So all that same idea, if you felt a little bit of that in season 1, with a potential season 2, that would be even further.
Awesome, and just the fact that we ended with all of our lines getting separated, just if we have a season 2, we might be able to see how each of those lines deals on their own
right. Oh,
in
wow.
a
I'd be
crazy
curious to
environment.
know.
Thank you guys so much for coming today. I'm
Absolutely.
incredibly excited for the even slim chance we might get a season 2. In the meantime, Voltron Legendary Defender is on Netflix right now. You can watch the entire season, binge watch it as soon as you're done watching IGN Live, which you should be doing all weekend long because this is Comic-Con and we're going to just keep kicking ass. Thank you so much for watching. Stay right here for all your Comic-Con coverage.
Here we are at IGN Live, San Diego Comic-Con 2016. We have Adam Nimoy, the director of For the Love of Spock, with us. And this is a film about his dad, Leonard Nimoy, the late, great Leonard Nimoy. Adam, what can you tell us about your intentions with the film? What do you want us to learn about your dad with this film?
Well, I want you to learn everything you need to know about Spock, first of all. We wanted to, I originally began this film with my dad. And we wanted to do a full exploration of Spock, how he was created, how he evolved over time, and why he's continued to resonate for 50 years with fans across the world. And so I wanted to kind of educate people as to what Spock's all about, because a lot of people know who he is. They recognize Spock. He's easily recognizable, but they don't really understand what it is, what he represents, or what he's done. A lot of people haven't even seen original episodes of the series.
Right.
Well, what do you, look, Spock has become emblematic of Star Trek. Even if people don't know Star Trek, they know Spock, they know the image, everything. What do you think it is, just in a nutshell, about Spock that has made him resonate so much with, beyond just Trekkies and Trekkers?
Well, there are a number of things. During the course of making the film, we interviewed a number of people, and the consensus, really, one of the major aspects of Spock's character that people really relate to is this otherness, this outsider. In fact, shortly before my dad died, he reminded me that Spock was the only alien on the bridge of the Enterprise, among that key crew on the bridge, and as such, he is the quintessential outsider.
Yeah.
And a lot of people relate to that. A lot of us, myself included, feel like sometimes we're outsiders trying to find our place, our purpose, our passion in life. And that was Spock's goal. Dad told me that his objective for Spock, the character, was to find a way to integrate himself in the crew and give the best that he had to offer to the crew. So, a lot of us can relate with it, and it has really resonated with a lot of different people.
Yeah, sure. What was it like for you growing up with Spock as your dad?
It was pretty crazy. There was, it was a lot of roller coaster, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of real crazy highs and excitement in the beginning, obviously. When Star Trek hit, Dad became popular, the fan mail started pouring in. We loved it. The family we were very excited about it. But there's a lot of challenges for being in that kind of a situation. Trying to find private time for the family, trying to connect to my dad when he's a workaholic. He's making personal appearances on the weekends and working all week as Spock. And having Spock living at home is a very challenging, proposition, because he liked to stay in character, and my dad was very quiet and introspective to begin with. So as a young kid, it was a little challenging to try to connect with him.
Huh. Now, Spock also, has a dichotomy. He is constantly kind of at war with his human side. Mm-hmm. So what can you tell us about how the film explores that, beyond also, his otherness, but this is a character that was constantly struggling, just trying to keep himself together.
Well, this is a key part of the documentary that we explore, is the fact that he is not emotionless. Yeah. He's has a lot of feelings. He's half human, but he's got emotional control. And there's a lot of internal conflict going on to keep a lid on it, basically. another thing that a lot of people we aspire to. You know, it's when our emotions run away with us, we get into trouble and we regret it. You know, and Spock is kind of a model for that, and it just created a really interesting inner life for Spock, a dynamic that you can really see in a close-up that he's struggling inside.
Yeah. How much was your dad's faith integral to the character of Spock? I mean, we know that that some of the hand signals and things he brought from his own faith. But did that feed into the character in other ways?
Well, I think, you know, there's a sense of spirituality to Spock, certainly, and there was a lot of that in the Jewish Hebrew tradition that my dad brought to it. But mostly it's this whole idea of the Spock salute is something my dad learned in an Orthodox synagogue. You know, these are the rabbis who are blessing the congregation and making, you know, the symbol, which is the sign of the Shin, which is a Hebrew letter for Shaddai, meaning one of the names for God. So, you know, he was infused with that as a kid. You can't get away from that. He had Orthodox parents, and he had to go to shul. He had to go to synagogue. And it's just interesting that he was able to meld those two things and bring it together, you know. And I just think that Spock is a very introspective, a very spiritual person, and there's a lot of that goes on within the context of our faith.
How much does the film also explore sort of the combative but loving relationship between Spock and McCoy? You know, because they say that the trinity of characters, you know, each one kind of represents something there, but how much does your film kind of dive into that contentious but loving relationship?
Well, we do dive into it pretty deeply because D. Kelly is a very, you know, important factor in the triumvirate between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. And the two of them really, you know, started to riff off of each other quite a bit, and they started writing more episodes because the chemistry was so interesting, was so good. I mean, there's a lot of mutual respect between these characters, but at the same time, they have no problem taking the gloves off and going at it. And it's showing up in the, you know, in JJ's reincarnation. We still see that dynamic playing itself out because it's so entertaining, it's so dynamic, it's so interesting to see those guys work their problems out together.
Yeah. When your dad passed away, I'm not one of these people who gets worked up about celebrities or, you know, but I cried a bit when your dad died, and I think a lot of people were really moved by his passing. What is it about Leonard Nimoy that has affected so many people?
Well, you know, a large part, I think, a big part of my dad's life was the fans. He was very attentive to the fan base. He really loved the fans. I mean, he knew at the very beginning that it was the fans that really propelled him in his career and kept Spock alive for so many years. And which is why he made so many personal appearances and went to so many conventions, and he just really had a real connection to the fans. He was very patient with them. I mean, you know, we'd be at dinner and they'd come up to him and I would just want to scream because I want to be left alone and want some family time. But he set boundaries. He was very good about that. But he was he was a really, he had just a lot of, you know, sympathy for them and empathy for them, and very courteous with them. And I think they appreciated that about him.
Yeah. You know, your father did kind of infamously write the book I Am Not Spock, and then I Am Spock. How does your film sort of address him coming to terms with the celebrity of Spock?
Well, yeah, the I Am Not Spock is something that he has apologized for ever since that book was published in 1975. The fans were irate. And he said it didn't die down until they finally made the first feature film, because the feeling was that fans wanted more Star Trek, and they felt like the only reason why they weren't getting it is because Leonard Nimoy doesn't want to be Spock anymore, which was not true at all. It was a mistitled book. I think he was, you know, very much reconciled to his love for Spock, frankly, from the very beginning. It's just that he was trying to get the fans to understand that, hey, you know, we are actors, we are artists, we are playing a role. I play a lot of different roles. When you tell your kid, there's Mr. Spock, I'm not Mr. Spock, I'm Leonard Nimoy. I don't come from Vulcan, I come from the West End of Boston. You know, it's just a literal understanding of who I am as a person. So, but he's always said that if ever he had a chance to play just one more character again, it would obviously be Spock.
Right. And I think what's really interesting about him is that he did manage to avoid the typecasting eventually, because you know, you could wind up just, you know, having the George Reeves syndrome where you're just Superman for the rest of your life. But he went on to become a very successful feature filmmaker. He was an artist, a photographer. I mean, he had all these other pursuits that he succeeded at. Do you delve into that in the film at all? The other arts that he's...
I think this is another reason why the fans were, you know, so keyed in to my dad as a Renaissance man, as a true artist. As a guy who was always challenging himself. he had a lot of a hunger to express himself artistically in whatever medium he was working in, whether it was as a recording artist, as a photographer, as a director, as an actor, as a producer. I mean, he had a lot of different talents, and we definitely explore that extensively in the film.
Awesome. I think we only have time for one more question, but one of the things about Star Trek has been that it is a hopeful message. And does your movie also sort of dive into the overall philosophical message of Star Trek and how Spock is sort of a part of that?
Well, we do touch on the fact that a lot of people felt so positive about Star Trek because it's a positive message about the future. It's the 23rd century, and we're all working together from all races and intergalactic personalities for one common cause. So that's the positive message of Star Trek. We're delving into, really the film is more of it's supposed to be, it's Spock focused, and it's a celebration of the life of Spock and Leonard Nimoy. And it's really my gift to the fans to help us all mourn together, because this has been a community process. Everybody is feeling the loss. We're in the post-Leonard world now, and we're still kind of adjusting to it. So the purpose of the film is really to go through that process with the fan, to share the sentiments about Spock, our feelings about him, our feelings of loss for Spock and Leonard, but also to celebrate the incredible legacy that these two men have left behind.
Yeah, so that's great.
Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you, guys.
For more on For the Love of Spock and Star Trek, keep it locked to IGN.
Live long and prosper.
You must.
What's up, everybody? My name is Joshua Yale, and I'm here at Comic-Con with Marvel's Agent M, Ryan Penagos. What's up, Ryan?
What's going on?
We're here at Comic-Con. Here, the crowd's wild.
Yeah, raucous.
Yes, yes. I want to ask you a lot of questions about what's going on at Marvel, and also get to know you a little better.
Okay.
But first, you guys, Marvel has their own live stream that's going on at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Could you tell me all about that?
Yeah, so we're doing, similar to you guys, 4 days of nonstop live coverage. We have guests, we have wackiness. We have cats, though. Do you have cats?
Cats?
We have cats.
We don't have cats.
We have cats. So we have cats on our live stream.
Like real cats?
Yeah.
Like kittens? And
Yeah, playing around, jumping, fighting each other. They've got Marvel paraphernalia. That's cats. That's at marvel.com/SDCC 2016. Yeah, we brought cats to the show this year. Not to the show, but to our show. So that's fun. But you were on the show.
Yes.
So you know it's fun. We have a lot of fun, and we're gonna hopefully show some panels that we've done and just lots of stuff.
Cool. So what's like the biggest, like best thing that you're allowed to say, like guest that you're most excited about or segment?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, so that's what you say. What I'm allowed to say. It's going through my head because we have surprises lined up for all across the board of what we're doing this year. We had Joe Quesada on, who I always like talking to. He's our chief creative officer, and he's been at Marvel for a long time. And just talking to him today, I've known him for like 15 years. I learned a bunch of new things about him. And that's one of the things I like that, I'm sure like, even though if you know someone, you can learn brand new things about him in this kind of environment.
Yeah, and Joe will be on our live stream later. First thing I want to ask you about is we got a trailer for a brand new Spider-Man game for PS4.
Yes.
And I was combing that thing over for Easter eggs. I saw you at E3 and we talked about it briefly.
Yes.
I saw like a billboard in the background for like Norman Osborn for mayor. So I'm like, okay, Green Goblin's got to be in it. I saw Mr. Negative's goons, and then I saw Spider-Man with a new costume. So I'm gonna try and put together the story. You tell me if I got it, okay? Okay. So I think you know, the Green Goblin is after Spider-Man, and he hires Mr. Negative to go after him, and Mr. Negative shoots him with a negative gun and inverts the color of the spider, and that's why it's white. Yeah? And then so the mission of the game is for Spider-Man to go after Mr. Negative to do his laundry and fix it.
You got the laundry. The laundry part was the key thing that we were trying to hold on to. You got that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cracked it.
Yeah.
Cracked it. No. So you seen any gameplay from this game?
Oh my God. I mean, we've had this under wraps for so long, and we've been working on it with Insomniac for so long, and I've seen it iterate and sort of come together in different ways, and like I've seen all the designs for like villains and other characters, and basically the rundown of the story and everything that we're doing, and I was like, this is incredible. This is what we need to do, and I think that's been an important part for Marvel Games is establishing us being able to do that AAA blockbuster video game. We've got TV, we've got movies, we've got comics. We need to get that AAA console game into people's hands again, and that's where we're going with this.
Yeah. So without like spoiling anything, what would you say is like your favorite element of that game? Can you even say anything without spoiling it? I don't know.
You know, for right now, I would say that just having Insomniac work on the game, like them creating it. Brian Intihar is the creative director. He and Insomniac live and breathe Marvel.
Yeah.
They get it. They get us. They get our characters. They get the story. They get the reasons behind what we do, which I think is super important. And that, to me, is the most important part, because we know they can make great games. You play Sunset Overdrive.
I have not, but I know it's a fan favorite.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. And that was when I first heard that they were doing it. I was like, oh, great. I'm 100% on board.
Sure. You know, my favorite Marvel game, Spider-Man 2, actually, back in the day.
Yeah.
Where, you know, like, I'd like go on a mission to stop a robbery, but then I'd like finish delivering a pizza, then I'd go and stop the robbery. It was amazing.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite Marvel video game of all time?
Ooh, of all time? Maybe the Spider-Man arcade game, just because I have fond memories of it as a child.
Right.
You know, and back then, it's really weird. And the character designs are really strange. They're like very tall. It's like Hawkeye, Black Cat, Spider-Man, and Namor are the characters you play.
Classic team.
Yeah.
Marvel team.
And they have to go take down Doctor Doom. And it's like, it's just this really fun beat 'em up. And it, you know, very simple, but I played it a lot when I was a kid, so that has an important part for me.
Awesome. You know, I want to talk a little bit about Marvel movies. Like one that's coming up is Black Panther. And actually, I couldn't help but notice you're wearing a piece of Black Panther merchandise.
Yeah.
What is that? And what's going on with the hood here? What?
I got my little Panther ears. I will tell you one thing. Wearing a hoodie in hot and humid San Diego, not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
It's like milk on a hot day. Not the best thing to do.
Milk was a bad choice.
Very bad choice, but it's lovely up here. Yeah, so we're selling this at our merch booth at Comic-Con.
I like. Oh, it's even got like gauntlets built into it and everything.
And the thumb holes. A lot of sweatshirts for men, like cut in men's sizes, don't have thumb holes. I find. So this, I'm like, I've been sweating in it, and I've been like, you guys can't sell this. It's got Ryan sweating it, so this is mine. But yeah,
claimed
it's amazing. We've done like a Winter Soldier hoodie in the past, and like make them super limited. And this one, as soon as they told me, I was like, I need to put one on and wear it around.
No, totally. Well, so now that you pulled that hood up and you've got like cat ears, I guess you're not the only live stream with cats.
Damn it,
Are
Josh.
you? Are you? No.
You lured me into your trap like a cat looking for catnip.
You can take that on if you want, because I know it's super
It's a little
hot
warm.
out here. Yeah. So, what are you most excited for the Black Panther movie?
I think seeing the story that Ryan Coogler is going to tell as director, and just seeing Chadwick, like we've seen him a little bit behind the scenes, and when he came to Marvel and talking to him, and just like the nicest dude.
Yeah.
And watching him experience everything, and him coming to Comic-Con this weekend is going to be super fun, and then like having that play out and what the story they're trying to tell, and the villain and the other characters and all the little things, and like we had a little taste of the Dora Milaje in Marvel's Captain America: Civil War, and it's just like I got
Move, or you will be
tingles.
moved.
I got tingles.
That's great.
Yeah.
Another movie, Doctor Strange, is coming up. You know, one thing I'm just unsure about is that he's got a lot of weird things that he says and weird spells, right? Like by the hoary hosts of Hoggoth and all that stuff, and by the eye of Agamotto. So have you heard Benedict Cumberbatch like deliver those lines and say those spells?
I don't think I can answer anything resembling that kind of question, but I did read the script, and I've been on the set, We actually have the costumes for Strange, Mordo, and the Ancient One on
I saw
our
those, yeah.
set, on our stage, and they're amazing. They're beautiful, and I think what Scott Derrickson and the rest of the team have done to make this world of Doctor Strange's, which is Strange, fit into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they nailed it. They really did a great
Cool.
job, and it could be really hokey, but they made it really cool.
All right.
Which is perfect.
Okay, cool. Now I know Benedict Cumberbatch has that deep voice, so I'm sure it'll be great. What's your favorite Marvel movie?
Of all time?
Yeah, of all time.
I think it's still Guardians.
Is
you
it?
know,
Okay.
Guardians
It's not a bad choice.
Has such an emotional core and like connection, and the scene with Peter Quill and his mom, like the two scenes, the one at the beginning and the one at the end, crushes me every time. I took my mom to see the movie when we did our premiere, and I was just like, whoa, whoa. It was great.
Wow. Speaking of Guardians, we got that concept art for Guardians Volume 2.
Yes.
And it looks like two villains have, or maybe, I don't know if you'd call Yondu a villain, but yeah, he was, at one point he wanted to like eat them, or no, he wanted to stop him from eating them. Are now joined the team.
Yep.
And also Mantis, who is now
How
a
great
tan
does that,
color.
just that
No, it looks
concept art
good.
look?
And the little baby Groot on Drax's shoulder. Again, like what's it like for you to see like sort of a team of, well, they were already misfits, but now there's like actual villains teaming up with them. What's it like for you to see Marvel go that route?
I think it's, again, it's intrinsic to the story and the characters that James Gunn has been like devising, building, and creating in this world. And he's got really amazing collaborators because like Chris Pratt, Dave Bautista, Zoe Saldana, the cast, like they just get these characters so well.
Yeah.
They're really smart and they're amazing actors. So James is able to push it in these directions, and you get these emotional hooks. Also, it's funny as hell, which is, like, you can look past anything if like it's really funny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
luckily with those movies, you're all in emotionally, action-wise, and then you have the comedy. Superb.
Yes, that was definitely like what made the first one so great is that it's horrible, like huge stakes and all these horrible things are
gosh,
happening,
yeah.
and then you're just laughing so hard.
Yeah.
So the fact that you said that it's just hilarious, just like the first one, that's a good sign to me.
Yeah,
so.
I don't. It may even be funnier.
What?
It may even be funnier. It's probably bigger and it's probably crazier.
Oh wow.
It's incredible just watching
Cool.
like them make this.
You got me pumped, man. You got me pumped. Okay, so let's switch to TV. We had some of the Luke Cage cast on earlier.
Amazing, good.
Yeah, and so, Daredevil and Jessica Jones both dealt with like some real world issues, and it got really heavy at times. So is Luke Cage going that route as well? Like, are they going to tackle some like heavy material? What can you say about like the themes of Luke Cage?
There's definitely some heavy stuff there because this is the world we live in. And, like, sort of Marvel is a reflection of the world we live in, right? It's the world outside our window is something we like to think about. And when we're creating our stories, our characters, our films, our TV. So there has to be reflection, but it's also escapism. So there's different, there's a lot of elements going to it. Cheo, who's the showrunner and executive producer, that dude, like, I think the first time, well before we started filming, when I was like going through the breakdowns of the show, he was just talking about the show in a big conference call, and I was just sitting there like, I could listen to him talk about Luke Cage for hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Last of all, I heard this was your 10th Comic-Con.
In a row.
That's
In a row.
amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being on the stream. You
My
can check out
pleasure.
the Marvel stream for more of Agent M, Ryan Penagos, and for more for here at Comic-Con, stay here on IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Batman The Telltale Series. Episode 1 available to download August 2nd.
You must show the world the true nature of a Wayne. Don't let tombstones be your family legacy. There is room for Bruce and Batman inside that suit.
Whatever Falcone is planning, it ends tonight.
Hey guys, we're back here at San Diego Comic-Con with the gang from Marvel's Luke Cage, a show people are pretty psyched about. Are you feeling how excited people are for this show already?
I'm excited, and so I know how they feel, and I know what's going to happen.
I think everybody's extremely excited. Comic-Con was started because of things like Marvel, and this is pretty exciting for us.
Yeah, and we're right at the beginning of it, so we can kind of feel it percolating a little bit, but we know we haven't truly entered into the craziness, but I think after today there'll be even more excitement about it.
I think so too. Yeah, I've seen some things. It looks very cool. Alfred, let me start with you about your character, because, obviously we know Luke, but we're going to be introduced to all you guys in this show. She's a politician, but it seems like she is mingling with perhaps some criminal elements. What can you say about this character?
Well, when you're born into a family, you have no choice, right? I was born into a family that includes my cousin Cornell there, and there's always family love. I am a New York City councilwoman, but like everybody else at home, there's all kind of people in your family.
Right. And let's talk about cousin Cornell, aka Cottonmouth. What is his approach? We know that he is involved in crime. Is he a pretty firm guy? And how powerful is he at this point in the criminal? Because through the other shows, we've got an idea of sort of the criminal element in this Marvel world.
I mean, essentially, he's a crime boss, you
Yeah.
know, but and he tries to mask that a bit through having legitimate business. And in terms of him being kind of a hardened personality, like he's definitely fairly rigid.
Right.
And embraces capital punishment to some degree, for sure.
And then there's Shades, who also is part of this crime world. What is the dynamic like between Shades and Cottonmouth? What do they think of each other?
He's always got something going on. With Shades, what I love about him is there's so much more that he's underneath that you keep seeing, and he's always moving chess pieces around in his head. And his relationship was they grew up together, and he has a certain love for him, but at the same time, everybody wants the top spot in one way or another. So you never know.
And then, of course, there's the guy named Luke Cage who's in the mix here. Is this just a thorn in everyone's side? Does anyone see Luke as an ally? What do they make when Luke kind of comes into their world?
Who's Luke Cage?
He definitely, I think, disrupts business, and look, as much as everyone would love for the world to be a bunch of legitimate legal businesses, that there are things that exist on the underground and have been that way for hundreds of years, and there are people like Luke Cage who come around and cause problems for those who have been able to make a living a certain way.
That's right.
And your character, what does she make of Luke?
Well, I really want the best. First of all, for the city of New York, and certainly for Harlem. I am all about Harlem, darling. And Luke Cage, as long as Luke Cage is all about Harlem, then Mariah Dillard, she can be into him.
But if he maybe goes in a different direction...
No, I'm on.
You gotta watch, man. You gotta watch.
I'm on the up and up.
You're trying to get some spoilers.
Gotta try.
He's a thorn. He's a thorn, that Luke Cage. He's a thorn.
Well, he's so cute, though.
Now, what's it like for you guys entering into this world of Marvel? Because it's huge now, and it's so all-encompassing. Is it exciting, daunting, both, that you're part of this bigger world? You're part of a world where Iron Man and Captain America are fighting each other at the same time?
I don't think any actor is ever daunted about coming into a well-established world.
Right.
It's like saying, hey, would you like to come to my fabulous beach house with all the equipment and party? Yes, we would. So we're here. And then what's really cool is people know us as actors of the things that we have done already in our careers. So we're flying a little under the radar. After they see Marvel's Luke Cage, after they see that, you won't even be able to get near us. So enjoy yourself.
So enjoy the interview.
Lastly, you know, these shows with Daredevil and Jessica Jones have set their own tone, though. It's not feeling like, oh, they all feel the same. Is that exciting for you that you're getting to not, you know, it's not going to just be like, oh, this show feels just like the other, and that it seems like Luke Cage 2 is going to get to be its own little corner of Marvel. Is that what you're feeling as you?
Completely different. This show is completely different than all of those and everything else.
And the showrunners, the writers, they make those projects unique because they have to be in their voice to some degree, you know, and it's, you know, different worlds, it's different characters that definitely are able to mix and match characters, and they're able to cross into the other's world a bit, but I think Luke Cage is very much its own unique thing, especially with Harlem being such an important element in the world.
I think that's true of all of them, of Daredevil, of Iron Fist, and certainly Jessica Jones, is they're all set in a particular spot,
right.
a particular neighborhoods of New York, and our writers and showrunners bring all of that, and it informs not only our street level superheroes, but our plots and everything about it. People are going to feel like they are in the middle of New York all the time.
It's another character in the show. You know, it really acts as a huge character in the show in a way, Harlem.
Well, guys, I know I'm not alone in being extremely excited to see this show. It is debuting end of September on Netflix. We'll have plenty more about Luke Cage and plenty more from Comic-Con here at IGN.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon Hadfield. This is Terry Schwartz. We are joined by Michelle Clapton, who is a costume designer on Game of Thrones, and she's brought a new Game of Thrones jewelry line here with us today. We're going to talk about that in just a second. First, let me remind you, you can be part of the show. If you have questions for us or our guests, just tweet them at IGN with hashtag SDCC 2016, and we'll share them live right here before your very eyes. Michelle, tell me about this very cool dragon jewelry I see before me.
Well, this was a range that I designed for Dani. It started off when we designed I wanted to make this big iconic neck piece around the dragon shape for when she was in the fight pits, to visually remove her from all the mess and chaos around her. So she's like a white column dress with this big sculptural piece. And when I wanted to find someone to make it, I met Eunice and Eliza, and we started working together, and we got on really well. And so we started talking about the idea of expanding it out into a range, because I think out of all the characters, Dani, I just think people relate to her in a modern sense, men and women. So I thought she was the first person to really start with. So we started just taking the elements, the wings, and created a range. The wings wrap around the arms. She actually wears two more of the pieces from the range. She wears a hand wrap which has dragon swirling. And we've slowly broken it down. We've made them more skeletal and more impressionistic rather than so literal. But this was the key piece that she wears that all the collection was taken from.
Very cool.
The costume designs and the jewelry that you've created for Game of Thrones has become like really iconic and really a part of the DNA of the show. Why did it seem like the right choice to create a version of the jewelry that people can buy themselves? And is that something you want to keep doing?
Well, I suppose all the jewelry in the show, and more so now, it's less about decoration, it's all about messages. And I think people in contemporary life actually want to give out messages. So I love the idea that sort of young women of any age can wear these pieces, and it just gives this sort of inner strength, this sort of Khaleesi attitude. And so that, I like the way it translates. It works in a contemporary sense. All the publicity pictures we had done, we chose to put on a contemporary woman because I like the idea that it translates really well.
Dani has a lot of big statement pieces, but are there any other characters whose jewelry you just love and would love to have a chance to sort of highlight as well in one of these jewelry lines?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cersei's would be quite interesting to expand, especially with her new look, which with a really fierce black dress and the crowns. I think again the jewelry is shifting from just being sort of more period into this more, not contemporary is wrong, but it's symbolic. So I think that would be quite interesting to do.
We're in like post-Westeros modern.
Yes, exactly. But it's that strength thing. That's what I'm really into. And as the women sort of assume all these sort of big roles in Game of Thrones now, I think it's quite interesting that they change the dynamics of how they present themselves.
So you've been working on the show since the beginning. You've created a lot of costumes, and we're just really curious, like, what's the most expensive costume you've ever created on the show?
Oh, God, I don't know. Sometimes, actually, funny enough, the roughest costumes are sometimes as expensive because of the breakdown. Sometimes I think Mira's actually jacket was an incredibly expensive laser cut leather, which we then destroyed to make that sort of delicacy. So some of those costumes that you wouldn't think cost a lot, actually in time, in hours of labor, probably cost more. But also some of the sort of the armor obviously costs quite a lot, just the skill. A lot of the hand stamping on the Dawn armor took an awful lot of time to do. So, and I actually always wear my sand snake bracelet. Maybe I'll do sand snakes next.
That would be amazing. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Cersei's new look in the season 6 finale, which you worked on. Very curious, what was sort of the inspiration there? She almost felt a bit Joffrey. I didn't know if there was like any Mad King influence. What were you going for with that look?
It's funny, when I received that script and read it, I instantly thought of Tywin. I wanted her to actually assume the role her father. She always thought she should have that role, and so I channeled him completely. And it was one of those occasions when you just read it and you know exactly what she has to look like. I mean, I drew it instantly and sent it to David and Dan, and they went yes. And it was just it just came together really well. And it was the same fabric that actually Tywin used in some of his. But of course, I wanted to broaden the shoulders. I wanted this sort of squared off and this completely closed, sort of unfeminine in a way, but actually I still think it came across as being incredibly feminine but strong. So it was just that really sculptural shape again. So it was so excited, and Lena loved it. She was really, really happy when she saw it.
Definitely a power outfit.
Yes. Exactly. Sure. So many people actually say they want it. I'd love to wear it to the Emmys, but
right, you should.
I really want to. It doesn't quite
just
fit
have
me.
Lena show up in it.
Yeah,
right?
maybe I'll send her instead.
Another thing that people picked up on in the finale was that, in fact, all the leading ladies were wearing black outfits, and a lot of people have tried to speculate on what that might mean. But I just wanted to ask you why that decision to have all the powerful women in Westeros and beyond wearing black.
It's funny actually because Dannis isn't black. It's like this sort of charcoaly, sort of pewter color. So it is. I mean, it's. I guess the situation is becoming very serious, and in some ways, the darker colors sort of tell that story better. And I mean, there's still a lot of detail in the embroidery, but everything is just is sort of slowly closing down and losing color. And I think that it just makes it more oppressive. I think really, that was the idea anyway.
And you always put so many details to, like, all the dresses tell a story, and I've loved every opportunity that you've had to like release those photos online, especially Sansa's dresses and Catelyn's. Were there any really cool stories that you think might have just been obscured because the characters were emotion or anything that you did do in a costume in season 6 that you want to talk about?
Gosh, I don't know. Because I only did 2 episodes of season 6, actually, I probably developed more of the story in 5, although some of those costumes went through. I always wonder whether the Sansa necklace with the little needle, whether I hope people understood that it was her form of Arya's needle, because it was really important. It became her weapon, although it was jewelry. And again, as I say, I like all the jewelry to be not about adornment; it's about messages. I'm actually amazed sometimes how much people do notice, and I love reading online when they actually speculate why it happened, and sometimes I think they've actually got inside my head. It's incredible that they sort of work it out, and that makes me feel really happy that they understand it.
We lost a lot of characters in season 6. Are there any in particular who you're really going to miss designing for and creating costumes and jewelry for?
Well, it's funny because I'm going to really miss Hodor, but of course I didn't really design many costumes for him, sadly.
He sort of had one look.
Exactly. I mean, in some ways, it's always sad when we lose people. I will miss designing for Marjorie because I had such fun designing some of her dresses, and she's such an amazing actress, and she just sort of works so hard with me to sort of realize them. So I'll miss her a lot, yeah.
And at what point, I know season 7 is going to be delayed going into production, so you're probably just getting started now, but what are you sort of most excited about looking forward and sort of cracking into the season 7 process now?
I guess I'm looking forward to as you say, the women have become so much more, well, they were always important, but much more dominant. And I love playing the sort of interplay between the women left and how that will take. And I love the sort of the way people are changing allegiances and how that plays out. So. Yeah, it's exciting to develop, and actually I have less people to design for now because so many are dead, so I can actually spend a bit more time.
They're culling a lot of them and not bringing too many back in.
Exactly. So no, so yeah, I mean, you always discover things, and because also the seasons, I guess, are changing. Winter is coming, so everyone has to change the way they dress. So there's a lot to do still.
That's true. I guess we've never really seen a lot of winter clothes down in King's Landing and stuff like that. But eventually, I imagine there's going to be
Well,
snow.
in theory, yes.
Yeah.
So we have to think about how people would protect themselves, you know.
We've only seen, I mean, Cersei's been queen the whole show, but this is going to be her first season actually on the Iron Throne. We saw one of her dresses, but I'm imagining a wardrobe change. Have you already started thinking of how you're going to shift that, you know, to visually market? Can you tease any?
No,
Is it going to be basically more of the same of that sort of like?
I can't
power
say
match?
anything, but I just say it's going to be really exciting. And actually, I started, probably about 6 or 7 weeks ago, starting to draw for it, and it's just really exciting to do this sort of new look for her, which is great.
Yeah.
When you're designing for a show like Game of Thrones, is it ever frustrating that you spend all this time creating these beautiful costumes, and you know they're just going to get blood all over it? It's just going to be splattered.
Well, because I guess actually the great thing is if it's a blood scene, we do 2 or 3, so we always keep one
okay.
back, which is okay. So it would be awful otherwise.
Yeah.
In our first season, actually, sometimes when we didn't we didn't know how well the show would do, we reused some outfits and we had to go back and undye them and put them back as they were. Because
The jewelry line is available now?
Yep, it's at may.london, which is our website, and there's 22 pieces with colour ranges, and it's all solid silver. And hopefully we'll see more of them in the show next year as well.
Cool. Michelle, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Stay tuned. We have much more to come from IGN Live at Comic-Con 2016 right after this. Welcome back to IGN Live from Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon, this is Joshua. We're joined by Axel Alonso, who is editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics. He's here to debrief us everything that's going on with Marvel Comics.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, thanks for coming. You know, right now, I do want to talk to you about Marvel now in a second, but right now, Civil War II is in full swing. Tons of crazy twists. We're actually going to talk full spoilers, so if you're not caught up to issue number 3, get out now. So, tons of stuff has been happening. Multiple deaths, 2, maybe 3, can't decide on She-Hulk. What has been the reaction on your side of all these crazy twists coming so early in the story?
Well, it's got people talking. You know, people are angry. They're excited. You know, we're playing a long game here. We didn't take any of these deaths lightly. We were well aware of what we were doing and the significance for this. And you know, and what you've got here is it's a war that has high stakes. And there will be winners and there will be losers. You know, there will be heroes that come out looking better than ever, and there will be heroes that have a lot of explaining to do going into the future. You'll have a Marvel universe, you know, divided.
Yeah, and so here's the thing: you guys promoted this as, you know, we've got Iron Man on one side of this debate of like against preemptive justice, and then Captain Marvel who's for it. And going into it, I was like, well, I'm on Iron Man's side because I feel like putting someone in prison for something they didn't yet do what they might do, I thought was wrong. And then in leading up to this, you guys were like, oh, you'll flip-flop back and forth. I've actually yet to be on Captain Marvel's side. In The Office, or just what you've seen from fans, do you see a lot of people supporting her, or have we yet to get to the part where we're supposed to be on her side?
Well, I think that there's developments to come that might change your position. You know, battle lines were drawn at the announcement. You know, Captain Marvel fans, you know, Team Carol fans, they were down with it from day one. And like you said, a lot of people stood with Iron Man because they just, if they just looked at the issue in its essence, they figured, if I'm looking at all angles of this issue, this is where I stand. We have some challenges ahead for you. There will be characters, who change their allegiances, and I think that there will be readers, maybe yourself as well, who flip-flop.
Okay, and coming out of Civil War, we know that things will get a shakeup. Divided we stand. That's like sort of the headline for what you guys are doing come October. And a big part of this is that, I don't know what, if something happens to Iron Man, we actually get 2 new Iron Men, one being Dr. Doom, which is crazy, but that's been sort of seeded throughout, so it's interesting to see that finally develop. And another one was a big surprise that Riri Williams, an African-American teenage genius, is now Iron Man. And of course, when things happen like this, you get a lot of, opinions
Sure.
on the internet and from fans. So again, what was it like for you to hear what people had to say about the new Iron Man being Riri Williams?
Sure, well, I'll start with, when we were plotting Civil War II, developments in the story made us pivot. We had plans for Tony that changed. We had Brian Bendis, who created Riri in the context of Iron Man, had ambitious plans for her. And when we looked at our story and how things were going unfolding, we pivoted. And our plans for both Riri and Doom changed. In Riri's case, she was elevated to the position of Iron Man, which is a big thing. Whether she adopts the name Iron Man long term, read and see. The reaction has been interesting. There are people that just flat out don't want to see a character like Riri Williams. Just flat out don't. Draw your own conclusion from that. And then there's certain people have said, well, we're troubled because it's not an African-American female writing the character. What I just say is, we're well aware of the issues at hand, and the key thing for us is that, ironically, a lot of the complaints that we'll get from people on the internet, we were thinking about this a long time ago. We have a long-term game. Brian Bendis created this character in the context of the book Iron Man, and he's putting a valuable character on the playing field for future use. Don't be surprised if someone else gets right, Riri Williams down the road, and maybe we won't be having this conversation.
Okay. No, thank you for addressing that. I know it's super controversial and everything. And it's not just Riri Williams. The Iron Man mantle that has changed. Amadeus Cho is Hulk. Jane Foster is Thor. Sam Wilson is Captain America. So the Avengers are actually more diverse than ever. Was that a goal of yours, or is that just something that sort of naturally happened?
It naturally happened. We wanted our world to reflect the world outside your window. We wanted the Marvel Universe to be more inclusive. But it really started, there was a key moment, if you go back to Miles Morales, the African-American Latino Spider-Man, and Kamala Khan, we had a couple of instances where we put new characters in a familiar mask and people reacted positively. After an initial wave of anger, people settled down, they learned to love the characters. There was a point at which Rick Remender, who at the time was writing Captain America, and Jason Aaron, who was writing Thor, independently came up with stories that had the classic characters, losing the hammer or the shield. And the question was, well, who'll get them? And they both had their ideas, and they sold us on them. And they really were an organic outgrowth of stories that guys wanted to write. And we've just put the pedal to the metal on that. It's very important to us, to me, that kids who pick up our comic books can see their reflection. I myself am Mexican American, and I grew up yearning for a character, look in the mirror, and I would look at them and see my own reflection, and they were hard to find. So seeing a guy like Robbie Reyes out there is a start. I'm married to a Korean American woman who I scored major points with when we made Amadeus Cho the Incredible Hulk. Again, Asian superheroes, there's not too many of them. So to see, arguably the most physically strong character in the Marvel Universe being Asian American, I think it's a fun thing, it's an important thing, and ultimately the fans will decide whether they like that character or not, and we'll see.
Yeah, so totally awesome, Hulk. I'm going to ask you something. I know you get this all the time, but with the Marvel Now announcements, there were a ton of cool books to get excited about, but there was only one X-Men book, and it was called Death of X, right? And there were no other X-Men books in the lineup. And so I feel like the knee-jerk reaction to that is, why does Marvel hate the X-Men? Of course, alluding to the fact that Marvel doesn't control the movie rights because they belong at Fox. But when I look at the talent on those books, I see Jeff Lemire, I see Andrea Sorrentino, I see Cullen Bunn. And if I want the X-Men to fail, I wouldn't put some of the best creators in the business on them, right? So I feel this tug and pull, well, they weren't a part of Marvel Now, but there's these great creators on them. So what can you say? What's going on with the X-Men, and why weren't they part of that big rollout?
Well, I don't want to do spoilers here, but I will say, we do get a little bit of fun out of just, teasing people here.
Stop it!
We have done an announcement here, the death of X. We'll be revealing more about what that means in due time. What I will say is that, you said it yourself, if we were that interested in killing the X-Men, would we have devoted the talent we did to these books? They're important characters, firmly embedded in the Marvel Universe, and I guess you'll have to find out what Death of X means very soon.
Okay. Man, what a teaser.
Well, speaking of teasers, you also have an announcement about Black Panther coming up this weekend. Is that right?
Yes, tomorrow we'll be making an announcement about an expansion of our Black Panther plans. Very excited about that as well. Ta-Nehisi Coates and Brian Stelfreeze are just knocking people away with this book. The #1 selling book of the month, sold about 350,000 copies. We're reaching new readers. It's part of a larger plan that we've had. And I'm thrilled. The Black Panther is one of my personal favorite characters, dating back to when I was a little boy. Yeah. And I remember loving the Black Panther and being mildly disappointed when he peeled back his mask and he was black and he wasn't Mexican. So, the long and short is that I'm thrilled to see him in play, and I'm thrilled to see Ta-Nehisi's created a corner of the Marvel Universe that we're going to be expanding on.
Yeah, that book really is something else, and it reads unlike any other Marvel comic on the shelf, and I think that's got to be a part of why so many people are gravitating towards it. Another book I know that you're excited for is that you finally got the Genndy Tartakovsky written and drawn Cage comic starring Luke Cage, who's also having a Netflix series coming up. So I know you have a special story, a bond with that with your son, right?
I was thrilled. This was a project that took a while to happen, but my son Tito and I bonded hardcore over Symbiotic Titan.
Yeah, by Genndy Tartakovsky
just
as
an
well, yeah.
amazing cartoon and just amazing, mind-blowing, visionary storytelling. And so to see him doing a Marvel comic book, let alone Luke Cage, another personal favorite of mine from my childhood, dating back to when I would sneak into blaxploitation films, in San Francisco. It's just great to see Cage in the tiara and the yellow shirt unbuttoned down the navel and the chain belt back on the streets, as a hero for hire.
Yeah, total classic, and I love that about Tartakovsky's work. There's a ton of other Marvel Now books. Is there any others that have you really excited?
Well, I'm excited about a lot. I'd say, really keep an eye on Champions. Champions is a new team book. You've seen the roster. It includes some of our most popular young characters, Kamala Khan, Miles Morales, Amadeus Cho. They formed their own team. And it's very much a reflection of the Marvel Universe, which stands divided. Why are those characters forming a team? What is their mission statement? What does this mean for the Avengers, for the larger Marvel Universe? Can they coexist even? We're about to find out.
Okay.
That is unfortunately all the time we have today. But we are very excited to see what happens with Civil War and Marvel Now. So Axel, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. Much more to come right here on IGN Live from Comic-Con 2016 after this.
Here with key cast members and the executive producer of Amazon's The Man in the High Castle. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Comic-Con.
Thanks for having us.
Amazon released the news right as season 1 was airing that it's the most streamed original series for Amazon ever. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. Are you kidding?
It feels great.
Yeah.
Number one.
And so it's an alternate history series with twinges of sci-fi elements into it. It's got a lot going for it. It's heavy. It's tragic. How have you described the show to people when they've asked, like, what is this project about?
Well, I think
history can change on a knife edge, and I think this show is, as you say, is an alternative history kind of series, and it's a what if, and it reimagines what would happen if the Allies lost World War II, and it's a kind of reimagining of what it would be like to live in occupied America in 1962, and I think a lot of the audience find that really interesting. And we have the East Coast, the Nazi Reich, and the West Coast, the Pacific states, and life in America, being occupied. It's a rich narrative, I think, for lots of things that go on and how that would be.
Now, yeah, it shows sort of everything too. It's not just the history side. It shows like how technology would have evolved differently. What hairstyles, what clothing would be like. It's a reimagining of everything. So the show it's quite an ambitious endeavor because, planes look different, telephones look different.
Music, art, what's allowed, what's not allowed, books, everything. So we've, it's not just for us the cast, but it's the set design, the costumes. It's all a kind of a reimagining of a world that doesn't really exist.
But not only that, it's the similarities are very interesting.
Yeah, you're
also
right.
that where it crosses over, and there's a certain type of 50s Americana that you don't actually have to shift that far in order for it to still work in this world, and that's quite telling and quite disturbing. So it's where that world and this intersects is also very interesting for us,
Now, Rufus, your character, started out, it's a Nazi, he's an American-born Nazi. We're going to not like this guy, but then as the first season went on, there was twinges of sympathy when we would see his home life and his son's diagnosis and all that. What was that like for you to sort of build to something that we're actually going to care about this guy?
Well,
now?
it was very important for me in doing the role. So when I read the pilot, it was very black and white, so that he seemed to be, I was worried that he just occupied the position of cast iron bad guy, and I saw an early look at episode 2 when you see him with his family, and conversations with people involved that led me to believe that this was a story of someone who otherwise would have led a very different life and would have seemed, to all intents and purposes, like a very good person, and what a regime like this does to people. That was a very interesting question. So that's what I was hoping for, and luckily it was borne out.
And Rupert, Frank had a very rough go of things in the first season, starting sort of right out of the gate. What was it like for you? There's a lot of heavy moments there. Was anything particularly resonate for you in the first season?
Well, I think as Rufus says, you get to see different perspectives, and for my character Frank Frink, you see a guy who's really trying to live from day to day and trying to deal with life at the very bottom of the ladder, and I think and it's about survival and just very basic elements of life, whereas Rufus is slightly in the higher echelons of life. So you see the real scope, I think, of the diversity of life and what would happen if you lived under these regimes, and that's interesting.
Bella, we haven't met your character yet. She's new to the second season. Can you talk a little bit about what she's about and who she might be interacting with? Because there are separate story threads going on.
Yeah. Look, she's a documentary filmmaker. She's Lebensborn, so she's kind of this embodiment of the perfect Aryan woman. I think she's uber wealthy and privileged, and she's quite independent. I think that wealth and privilege allows her to be independent in a time and place where that's can get you killed. Plus, she's a sassy flirt, which is really fun. And I think most my flirting all takes place with Luke, just trying to break down his barriers because he's not having a bar of me at the beginning.
Joe Blake.
DJ, we left your character in a sort of a precarious situation.
Yeah.
You kept your head down all season. You're one of the people who's like, don't cause trouble, don't do this, and so on. And then you wind up kind of taking a inadvertent fall for a big moment. What was that like for you, like as an actor? Just sort of, it seemed like a build toward a big tragedy for somebody who wasn't experiencing tragedy the entire season.
Right, my character is afraid. I mean, imagine growing up. The difference between the Reich and what the Japanese did. The Reich, they integrated. The Nazis, they're American, but we're under Japanese rule. So my character grows up as this is the law, and it's there. Even though it's messed up, there's a safety in that. And the rug is completely pulled out from underneath him because he loves Frank so much, and Frank is going in this sort of rebellious path.
Frank loves you
and,
too.
And I'm being pulled along, and I'm suffering for it. And we get into that a lot more this year. It occurred to me the other day, we're shooting episode 7 of the second season right now, and it's only been 21 days since our story began. And for us, it's almost 2 years of filming, but you have to really think, we're only 21 days into this. How much has your life changed in these 21 days? It's completely different. And getting more chaotic and scary every day.
And how quickly we're aging as well.
Right, I know how quickly we're aging.
Very stressful circumstances.
But the stakes get higher every single day, every single episode, and I think with Ed more than any other character, you see that because he was not fine, he was okay, and now he's not okay anymore.
So we can kick this off into season 2, and David, if you'd like to talk about this, what can we expect from the show in the second season? I mean, the first season itself was an adaptation of the novel, but now we're beyond kind of that story, going into fully new territory. What can we expect?
Well, I mean, in truth, the first season went well beyond the novel, because the novel, from a narrative standpoint, and certainly from Easter Reich standpoint, didn't really exist. And so there was so much world creation to begin with, and I think the ambition of season 2 is to continue that expansion, to further dimensionalize and challenge these characters as the world becomes an ever more perilous place to live in, and the decisions and the stakes of those decisions become ever more intense.
And for your characters, Rufus, are you entering season 2 as a hero, as somebody who sort of stopped this conspiracy, at least on the German side of things?
Well, what's interesting for me is there's 2 parallel stories for him. That he's ascending the hierarchy. He started off very, very high, but he is, in one sense, a hero. At the same time as that, there's there's an interior story that goes in the opposite direction, and those 2 things continue to conflict, and probably, they're continuing to conflict is all I would say at this stage.
Yeah, looking at the stuff with the Reich this year, it's interesting how that's moving forward. The veneer of it's utopia. It looks great. You look protected.
The cracks are showing.
Yeah, but now the cracks start to show this year, and you really see behind the cost. The veneer comes at a high price.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I love the show. And keep it locked into IGN for all things San Diego Comic-Con.
Welcome back to IGN at Comic-Con in San Diego 2016 live. I'm Brian Altano. This is Terry Schwartz. I'm with Kim Dickens and Cliff Curtis. Thank you guys so much for coming. This is Fear the Walking Dead.
Yeah, thank you.
Your characters are still alive.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
Yep.
It's a good start.
It's great.
Hanging in there.
Another season.
The second half of the second season's starting up again soon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have a date?
August 21st.
August 21st.
Yeah.
We're all very secretive about it. We're like, do we know yet? Yes, we know. So thank you guys so much for coming. How's Comic-Con so far?
Yeah, it's great.
It's
really good. It's very warm outside.
Yeah.
It's nice and cool in here.
Yep, by the beach.
So let's talk about Fear the Walking Dead. Spin-off show for The Walking Dead, obviously one of the biggest shows in TV history. I can call it that, right?
Companion series. Oh, but we're a companion series, really.
Yes. A companion series.
Yeah, because we didn't spin off the original show.
That's true, because you're kind of happening at the same time as some of the events of the original series, but on the opposite side of the country.
Shining a light on a different time period, different area, completely different people. Los Angeles fell in the first season, and now we were on the water, and we're in Mexico, newly in Mexico, and everyone is split up. at this point. That's basically where we left, which must be a bit different after the family dynamic was such a big part of the show. Up
Yeah, we were all like really struggling to stay in this clinch together, and we, circumstances tore us apart. So we're left all, sort of adrift, really, adrift on land.
Yeah, it's exciting because we're gonna see the characters evolve in ways we couldn't as a group, especially like characters like Nick and Alicia. We're gonna really see them evolve, and then I think Coleman, you and Coleman, like you bring the best out in each other in a different way, which is really exciting. The fans love that.
Yeah,
so it's really cool.
It's really interesting because like so much of the show up until this point has been trying to keep this family dynamic together, and now you guys are with your respective children on the show. You're separate. What are you? And you finished filming the second half of the season,
Yes.
so. Obviously you can't give away spoilers, but what was the really exciting part about having the groups separate, and what did you sort of learn about your characters?
Well, like Cliff said, it was like what was good about separating the family was going off and having these storylines get to really flesh out for all these other characters, and in sort of a solo sort of way. And of course, for Madison, she still believes that she's going to get back together, find her partner and find her son. She hasn't given up hope, but in the meantime, they're doing the best they can in the moments. But it was great for us to explore storylines that way, and I think for the writers too, because you can examine all the different ways that people are handling and adapting to the apocalypse. But for us as actors and stuff, we started to miss it. We really missed each other, when we got separated.
So I think when we first heard about this show, we thought, I kind of personally thought it would stay calmer for a little while longer. And it really went to hell very fast. What was it like sort of adapting to that, or watching those characters go through such dramatic ranges of terror and traumatizing moments so quickly?
Well, it's fun to play.
Yeah, well, it gives us lots to do, and it's never boring. For Travis, he's still obsessed with this whole idea of morality and humanity and trying to be this perception of what a good guy is. And the great thing about getting out there and trying to take care of his son, Chris has just gone off the deep end.
Yeah.
And he's trying to save him, basically. He's on a mission to save his son and to be the best dad that he can be. And but the tricky thing with that character and Chris as well is they're grieving the loss of Liza still. It's like been only a short time in their lives. But that morality is going to be challenged now. I think we're going to see Travis do things that some fans are going to be a bit shocked by, and the whole idea of what's right and wrong, what's good or bad. And the apocalypse, it's just survival and family. That's all that matters.
Well, it's also, I think, in the medium of a movie, a horror movie specifically, a character will die and they're like, oh man, and then just keep running and deal with it. But on TV, you've got this sort of long-form way of telling that story where they can actually have that downtime moment and let it catch up to them. Where all of a sudden they're like, everything got really bad and this is horrible, and now I have a moment to actually think about this.
We spend time apart thinking about it. But it's good because we need to find out what means the most to us. Because while the stakes are just pure survival a lot of the time, aren't they? We're just going from moment to moment, trying to survive. But it is good to have a moment to sort of think, okay, is my son right? Is Chris right? It looks like he's losing his mind, but maybe he's the one that's onto it and we're all wrong. And that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
So how do you be a good father to that? Or do you be a badass dad? It's like, that could be an interesting Travis journey.
Depends. I think a lot of kids would like to see that from their dad, just personally, selfishly.
Yeah.
Well, it is interesting, before we move on from the Chris and Travis journey and move on to Madison and everyone else, but you summed it up really well when you said Chris went off the deep end. I think that's like a light way of putting it. And it's interesting that you're looking at it that way, like, is he right? Because as a viewer, I'm like, he has done all these terrible things. Is there a point where Travis says, my son is too far gone and it's hurting my own survival and the rest of my family's survival? Do you guys deal at all with that dilemma, and can you sort of expand on what you meant by Travis doing some things that people might be surprised by?
Well, I can't go too far, but I like the idea that he's going from being a good father to maybe being a badass dad. I think that's kind of like in a simplistic way.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at characters like Alicia and Nick, and the relationship between Madison and Alicia. There's a mirror there because, she's lost her son and I'm losing my son. She's struggling with her relationship with Alicia, but Alicia and Nick they're making decisions on their own terms now. They're not beholden to us as parents, certainly not to me. And it's even challenging Madison, right?
Yeah, it's like Madison's, she still sees Nick as like this impressionable child, this vulnerable child in the world. And, she goes to great measures, in fact, to still save him as the mid-season finale. As we saw, she took a living person's life, it still didn't work. And she still, is going to be challenged. She's left with her daughter. And in a way, that's good. That offers growth for them. And they can maybe right their relationship too. But it's like, they're growing into young adults, and the parents aren't ready to let that go.
Well, but we're gearing up into the apocalypse. We're not full apocalypse. We're getting close to full apocalypse now.
70% apocalypse.
Yeah, we're almost there. And it's like giving us time as a family to decide what kind of family we're going to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's time in this second half of the season. For all of us, there are moments of reflection and trying to reconcile things and trying to start over in a way. How will we start over? So you get to see these characters play out those real responses, rather than just game on, apocalypse. It is, wow, how do I reconcile this with who I was before? I mean, so we're only, the second season takes over a month, just a month. So
it's a matter of weeks.
It's a short amount of time. Has passed.
It's really interesting too, like you sort of around, but Madison has gotten a lot harder since when we met her. Taking someone's life is a big step, and for the sake of her family, how much is that going to inform her journey going forward? Are we going to see some negative repercussions on sort of her psyche and her actions as she's making these hard calls?
Well, I think, that was a big line to cross for Madison when she took Celia's life like that. And I think Madison's instincts took over in that moment. I don't think it was a matter of planning it or plotting it or thinking it until she was in that moment. And yeah, I think she's changed now. I think she's a changed person, and she will have to reconcile that for herself and keep that secret. But I kind of also think it's a little bit of a reflection of what she's come from in her past as well.
All right. Well, Fear the Walking Dead comes back August 21st. I'm very excited to see how much worse this gets for everyone. I mean that in the best way possible.
So bad.
Oh yeah, it gets a lot worse.
Thank you so much for watching. This is IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con. We've got tons of stuff to cover all weekend long, so don't move.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Batman: The Telltale
right?
Yes.
But yeah, the colors, you'll see, the textures, even, right here, just the paint effects when you use your paint hammer.
Now, the paint hammer actually, because this is sort of an action game with RPG elements, or an RPG game with action elements, however you want to categorize it, this hammer actually works everywhere in the wild, so you're not just using it in battles, you're using it to interact with things all over the world.
Right.
Kind of mess with their properties, right?
Right, and you'll see in the upper left, you've actually got a paint meter, so that's what you'll be getting, additional paint, making sure. And when we do get into a battle, eventually, we'll see how that paint comes into effect in combat. Rob is exploring. Rob, our player here, is exploring.
Hi, Rob.
Trying to uncover. He's in the library now of this inn, trying to figure out what's going on in this room. The bellhop kind of was explaining there's something going on in room 301 as well, so we may eventually have to go check out what's up there. But
that's pretty nice of the people that work at this hotel to just be like, just go wherever you want. I'll give you a key to every room in the building.
There's something going on up there, and we don't want to check it out. Mario, can you go check it out?
That's awesome. I just love how much trouble this dude's been getting into 30 years later. So the color meter, or the paint meter, sort of acts as kind of like your magic system in this game. It's sort of like your MP.
Yeah, so when we, we'll see that in a moment once we hop into a battle, but when you defeat enemies, they may leave paint scraps as well, or hammer scraps that you can then use to extend your paint meter as well. So right now you see that it's got 260 in all three colors. Certain moves may require certain colors, etc. So here, Rob's entered a battle, and so he's using the touchscreen right now that we can't see to select battle cards. So Rob is choosing, I don't know what, we'll see in a moment what he's going to choose, and then he's going to kind of flip the cards up to the top screen, so we'll see which battle cards. And this is important because, okay, so he's got a kind of a fire hammer, and then looks like some iron boots there, and he was able to actually, it looks like he painted the cards as well, so they did extra damage.
So that's an option you have, right? Because I played this weekend. It's really fun. One of the things I noticed was you do get these cards that you pick up, and you can play them in black and white, which is sort of a simple, kind of lighter attack. Or if you really want to just be, do some showmanship like we just saw from Rob there, you can inject color into them and make them even more powerful.
Right.
So now that paint meter in the corner, is that something you can upgrade?
Yeah,
get
so
that number up? Because I was going to say the number seems a little arbitrary right now.
Right now, yeah. And when you, some crazy stuff's going on in room 301 right now. This
Horrible.
Is why
what happened in here?
So we don't know what's happening. Huey's not really sure what's happening right now.
What's with these brothers and just going in horrible, messed up mansions? Like, can they just stay away from haunted buildings for a little while?
There was actually a funny line in there about Luigi not, being the one that might be the appropriate one to.
Can we send my brother in here? He's way more equipped with this. He's done this twice already.
Yeah.
So we've got now more of these common enemies, but there are. I fought a hammer brother yesterday. You do get into some sort of larger boss encounters, and one of the things I noticed was as you're attacking them, you're actually depleting paint from them or removing the color from them.
Right, and Rob actually, I don't want to interrupt, but he just used a thing card, which is, these are like special cards, and I just will let this go because I can't speak over this.
What is happening? Is this a pig breakdancing? I love my job. This is awesome.
So a very powerful attack that completely wiped out the enemies. But those are the special cards, thing cards that you'll find in special locations.
And those are kind of like your classic RPG summons, right? Like you bring in a big monster from the sky. You don't really need a lot of explanation why. It just looks cool and it's fun.
And you could use that in the battle. Some thing cards also may be used kind of in the overworld to help solve a puzzle as well. So you do still have that puzzle element. But yeah, we wanted to make sure to show off a piggy bank breakdancing.
That's great. And I was going to ask you why that's there, and I don't think I need to because it's fun.
Why not? There are enemy cards that you can get as well, which are really fun. So we didn't actually see it a second ago. Rob selected it, but because that piggy bank took him out. But if you select an enemy card as one of your battle cards, basically an ally will join you. So like a shy guy will join your side and then can fight alongside you in battle.
Now, is that something you earn from defeating those characters in battle out in the field?
Correct.
Oh, that's really cool. So you have this sort of collectible card aspect to it too, of being like, all right, I beat up this hammer brother, and I want to take his card back and use him against his friends.
Right. And you'll be able to use them once in that battle. So you might want to save it. So it looks like Rob has found a ghost toad in one of these rooms who's got a problem, and let's see. Oh yeah, Huey's cracking jokes. of course.
Yep. Classic Huey.
So he's missing his bird that's in the bird cage. So he's like, can you go find my red bird?
Now, the Mario RPG franchise has always been really interesting to me because it started off as this sort of like top-down, 3/4 traditional RPG, and then it kind of split off into two directions. It went to the Mario Luigi side, the Paper Mario side. Those sides crossed over. Now we've got a sort of definitive set, kind of standing on its own legs, or nubby little legs, whatever Mario has over there. Actual Paper Mario game. Now, do you feel like this does this lean more into the RPG elements?
I think it still has that. You'll still get that in the battle system with like the depth where you'll have to decide when you get into combat how you want to use these cards. Do you want to use paint, more paint, less paint, and then. The mystery side is one of the things that's really new to Paper Mario Color Splash as well, kind of with the humor. So it does still have those RPG elements, but like you said, they're kind of two different flavors, if you will.
Yeah, totally, which I appreciate. But one of the things that I did always like about these games is that there's that sort of like action timing that happens in the battle sequences. Is that something that's back here too?
That is still here. Yep. And this is the bird that Toad has just found. That. Nice enough that the Koopa Troopa just willingly flew into the cage and is sitting in there for you. Like, I don't know why. So he's.
Are we calling Koopas birds now? Is that where we are?
That's what's happening right now in this dark blue inn. So
I'm not sure what it says in the official Nintendo style Bible. I know that it's very technical about what we can actually call these things.
They don't care. The characters in this game don't really.
They don't care.
They don't subscribe to the official Nintendo lore. So he's going to return this bird to Toad now in room 303, and we'll see if the ghost Toad is happy.
So I mean, obviously a lot of conversation's been happening around Zelda, but it's really cool to see this like kind of robust, full-fledged Wii U game coming out this fall. It's October 7th, right?
October 7th.
And it's actually using a lot of touchscreen stuff, which I was really surprised at how well that works. That sort of flicking of the card gives you this kind of feeling of you're sending something from the bottom screen to the top screen. You're affecting the battle using damage, and actually you're not just sitting there mashing buttons. It's kind of cool.
You have to think about it a little bit, too.
Yeah. And there's strategy involved, and I think that's where some of the RPG elements come in. It's sort of deciding when to use your cards, if you want to color them or not, how many of your points you want to use. And then that sort of risk-reward or that betting is paid off when you defeat an enemy and you collect stuff back that you can now keep using in the field.
Exactly.
Now, will there be other playable characters besides Mario in this game?
That is a good question. I think Mario is kind of our hero. You do have again Huey as your companion, but Mario is who you're going to be you're playing as. Yeah. These here are the colorless spots that Rob is filling in. There are some puzzles that you'll have to solve as well by maybe finding certain colorless spots as well.
Now, one of the areas I saw when I played this game this weekend was this sort of like brightly colored island covered in toads. You had to collect them. So can you tell us a little bit about some of the locations in this game outside of this terrifying hotel?
Yeah, so like you said, there might be like a colorful area. This is the kind of creepy, creepy manor, if you will. I don't want to spoil it too much, but there is a great variety of locations you'll be getting to visit.
So it's safe to say that if you've been playing Mario games for a while, you can kind of expect this game to lean into some of those traditional settings, maybe some new stuff too.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, there's a lot of surprises and humor in here, so
He just destroyed that bed. That's a horrible thing to do. Hey, you know what? I don't care about this hotel anymore. It probably has very bad reviews on Yelp. Is this Toad okay?
This Toad is okay. He was actually he was looking for room 201 to make a delivery in there, and you actually had to discover the room because there was no door there. So Rob on the bottom screen had to use kind of his finger to make a trace outline to kind of create that door.
Very cool. So this is a big hotel. You can explore all the rooms in it. I'm assuming it culminates in a pretty big boss fight.
There may be a battle towards the end of this, but we don't have to spoil it. But.
Yeah, one of the things you guys are excellent at is secrecy and sort of keeping that level of surprise going. So I'm not sure if we're gonna have time to get to that boss battle, which personally kills me. What's happening with the Shy Guy? Is this it for him? What happened there?
So Shy Guy was chasing it. We don't know what it is, but we can leave this to be a mystery.
All right. Well, this is a mystery. Paper Mario Color Splash comes to Wii U on October 7th. I'm still really worried about that Shy Guy. Should I be? Maybe I shouldn't be. They're enemies anyway.
There's plentiful Shy Guys out there, right?
That's right. We can afford to lose a few.
There's a
Corey, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Any last
Brian.
words on this game?
Again, Paper Mario Color Splash comes out October 7th, so we hope you guys are looking forward to it.
All right. Well, from video games to movies, pop culture, TV, everything else, Comic-Con, IGN, you're already in the right place. So stay right there and keep watching.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to San Diego Comic-Con 2016 IGN Live. My name is Josh Friel. I'm here with Marvel's CCO, Joe Quesada. What's up, Joe?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. We're here at Comic-Con.
We are here again. Yes.
Yes.
So is everybody else, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, it's so crowded. Last year you came on our show and we had seen nothing of Spider-Man. You gave us just a little tease.
Right.
Now, a year later, we've seen Spider-Man in Civil War.
What?
It was awesome.
What?
Audiences were stoked. What was it like for you, being such a big Marvel guy, of finally seeing Spider-Man come home to Marvel and like thrill everybody on the big screen?
It's fantastic. You know, I mean, he is the Marvel icon. He is our greatest, probably the greatest superhero character ever created. Sorry, DC folk, but it's true. And so seeing him join the rest of the Marvel crew, you know, in Civil War, the 8-year-old me just, got a little teary-eyed.
Yeah.
I have to admit.
Yeah. And next up is Spider-Man Homecoming. I'm sure you can't say a lot at all.
No.
Can you give us any idea of where you want to take Spider-Man next in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Well, really, that is really up to our studio guys. I'm not involved in the Spider-Man movie, but I'm looking forward to seeing the movie, and what they're going to do a great job with it, I'm sure. And the important thing, and they know this, is that as long as we stay to the core of Spider-Man, who he is, what he does, those core beliefs, it'll always be successful. It doesn't matter if it's today or 20 years from now. There is a formula to getting it right.
Cool. Also, this is just sort of like a weird thing of just Hollywood, I guess, in superhero movies, is that, Michael Keaton is in the movie, and we've got, he used to be Batman.
Yes.
And then he did like a parody of superhero movies and Birdman, and now he's actually in another big superhero movie.
Right.
So do you guys talk about that at all?
All those things come into consideration with casting, but I think what's happening right now is that the world of superheroes and just genre in general has permeated the culture that eventually you just start running out of actors.
Yeah.
I think people will start, have to mix and match. I know we run into that quite often in the TV world as well, where it's like, well, that person was this character, but eventually you just have to find the best person for the part.
Mm-hmm. And so he was a good fit for, I guess, whatever part he's going to be playing. We don't know yet. Also, Doctor Strange is coming up, and I'm very excited for it. I love the look of it and everything. And there's one thing I'm kind of like unsure about. It's that, and maybe you can answer this for me. Benedict Cumberbatch is playing Doctor Strange. Did I say Benedict Cumberbatch? Benedict Cumberbatch is playing Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange has such weird things that he says, by the hoary hosts of Hoggoth and everything. So is Benedict able to sell those spells? Have you heard him say any of the spells?
I have not.
You've not? Okay.
No, I'm not. Unfortunately, like I said, I'm just really not involved with the movie end of things, so it's very, very difficult for me to even answer those questions.
Okay.
And even if I did, I would neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, sure.
That's, that's what we like to say.
Well, let's talk about TV then. Let's
Right.
go to Luke Cage. Daredevil and Jessica Jones both tackled some really heavy stuff, real world issues. Can you talk at all about what Luke Cage will be doing?
It's one of the really fun things about watching Daredevil come out and then Jessica Jones was that Daredevil came out and told a particular kind of story in a particular kind of milieu within this universe that we're creating in Netflix, right? A very dark, gritty, really grounded universe. So, I heard fans saying, well, Jessica Jones is just going to be the same thing, only with this different protagonist. And then when it came out and they saw that the whole tone and vibe of that show was completely different than Daredevil, while it did exist in the same world. With respect to Luke Cage, it'll be very, very much the same thing. I don't want to say a lot because I really want fans to sort of, look at it, embrace it, and digest it as they see fit. The first real change, obviously, is that we will be moving to a different part of Manhattan. We're going to be moving uptown. And much like Hell's Kitchen is a character in Daredevil and in Jessica Jones, but a little less so. I mean, Matt Murdock's all about Hell's Kitchen. Jessica happens to live there. Luke is very much about Harlem, and sort of becoming this icon for the people of that neighborhood. And the other thing is that Hell's Kitchen in New York, that Hell's Kitchen that used to be in the Daredevil comics, really doesn't exist anymore. It's been really gentrified and it's become this upscale neighborhood. So we kind of had to go back in time to make it that Hell's Kitchen. The Hell's Kitchen that Luke Cage the Harlem that Luke Cage lives in is very much the Harlem of today. It's this incredibly vibrant, beautiful neighborhood filled with wonderful different ethnicities and just, I don't want to say a lot more about it except that it's probably truer to today's modern New York than our other shows, which live in a little bit of a microcosm of, this is kind of what New York used to be like.
Yeah, I hear you, just such passion that you're talking about New York. You're a New York guy yourself.
I'm a New York guy. I live and breathe New York City. I'm still there. I have not moved out here.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's important to me.
Yeah, and also, this is a bit of a ways off, but Iron Fist is coming. Can you tell us anything about what's got you excited about Iron Fist?
Again, the cast is amazing. Again, another show that will be completely different than Luke, Jessica, and Daredevil. And that's really our goal. We're trying to offer 4 shows that live in the same universe, but offer fans a completely different look. I mean, and again, martial arts will play a huge part in Iron Fist. There are a lot of. I would say that Iron Fist has probably more villains in our first season than any of our other shows. Yeah,
Wow.
there's a lot going on. Scott Buck, the showrunner, and his writing team have created a fantastic story for us and have woven in some great legends from Marvel present and past. And we're still in production, so we're not quite there yet. We're going to be promoting it, but I think fans are going to dig it.
I just got chills. That sounds great, man.
I do that to people. I get people chills, man.
In the actual comic books, Marvel just unveiled a catalog of Marvel Now 2.0, and in that, the Avengers are completely different from what you are seeing in the movies and other media.
Right.
You've got Riri Williams, an African-American teenage girl genius who's going to be Iron Man. Amadeus Cho is Hulk. Jane Foster is Thor. The Avengers have been more diverse than ever. The movies, as we see them now, and the shows on Netflix, they have pretty much all the classic characters. Do you see Marvel's other media following in the steps of the comic books like that, where the Avengers might one day be as diverse as they are now in the comics?
Well, here's the only thing I could say, that the way that I've always viewed Marvel is that publishing, our comics division, if Marvel was a wheel, the comics division is the hub. And from the hub, we have all these spokes that lead out to television, animation, motion pictures, toys, video games, but it all starts in publishing. Publishing is it's sort of this hotbed of ideas where writers and artists come in and we have these wonderful retreats where we sort of exchange thoughts and ideas and creativity. And the beauty about it is that the comics, you could publish an idea in comics and fail miserably, and it's cost you in the thousands, right? Whereas if you do this in television or anywhere else, it's costing you in the millions.
Yeah.
So it's a great place to throw stuff against the wall, see what sticks, and it's an incubator in a lot of ways. And the most important part is that our fans, our faithful, they tell us right away. It's very democratic. What's working, what's not working. But more to the point, for people who, let's say, don't read comics and are wondering what's the deal, if you are a fan of our movies, if you are a fan of our TV shows, if you want sort of a Nostradamus look into the future of Marvel, read the comics. Because invariably, the stuff that gets created there, whether it's a year down the road or 10 years down the road, will somehow make it out into our other medium, because that's what happens. Like in television, as it is very much in the studios, we go to the comics and we say, okay, what can, for lack of a better word, what can we cherry pick from here that's going to work in this story? And sometimes we'll have a character in one of our shows where, well, we've got this character and he's a milkman. Is there anybody in the comics that fits that? And we'll retrofit in that way as well. So comics to me are our idea factory. It's essential to us. And like I say, I encourage fans who are not reading comic books, who are seeing everything else that we do, if you want to know what's coming up down the road, it's in the comics.
There it is. Yeah. I want to cast a very loud vote for Jane Foster as Thor, because I believe that Jason Aaron and Russell Dodderman are killing it on that book. It is absolutely amazing. It's my favorite month to month. You're here at Comic-Con. What number is this for you?
This is my 26th year in a row.
That has to be a record of some kind.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, I started coming when I was 4 years old, so
Yeah. And you're actually going to. You want to tease something that's coming up?
Oh yeah. If for anybody who's here at the show, Saturday on my 3 o'clock panel, Cup of Joe, we always have some cool announcements and stuff. And for those who came last year, we showed a great Daredevil unseen fight scene. It was like the 8-minute one, the one that goes down the hall, sort of kicking those Russian gangsters' butts to rescue the little boy. So we had an outtake that's never been seen before, and we showed it at Cup of Joe. This Cup of Joe, I will be premiering a trailer for a brand new show that we're working on. A big surprise for folks, and it's a live action show. So if you want to see the trailer, it'll only be shown at Cup of Joe Saturday, 3 o'clock. So.
Saturday, 3 o'clock. Oh, you gave me chills again.
Again.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming, Joe. This was awesome. 26 Comic-Cons, this guy. For more from Joe, from Marvel, from Comic-Con, keep it here on IGN.
IGN Live at Comic.
Everybody, Terry Schwartz here with Michelle Clapton, the costume designer of Game of Thrones. Now we're here at Comic-Con, where cosplay is a huge part of the experience. So we invited 2 Game of Thrones cosplayers, Kelly and Lourdes, here to talk a little bit about cosplay and chat with Michelle and myself. Now, Kelly and Lourdes, why don't you tell us a little bit about your costumes that you're wearing right now?
I crafted pretty much the whole thing except for the boots and the pants. It's very hard to find fabric, Dothraki fabric, in San Diego, so I did what I could, though.
I love the hand stitching. It's great.
Yeah.
I love the detailing.
I had to hand stitch because you can't find that pattern.
I can tell. It's great. I just love to see how it's all put together, and I love the fact that you covered that ring really well as well.
Thanks.
The fibulae, whatever it's called.
Hey, Lourdes, how about you with your outfit?
Well, it's a leather and sheepskin as well. So
I know, but you're loving it in San Diego today, aren't
it's
you?
very hot.
It's
Winter's
amazing.
not coming here.
No, for you. It's great again, and I love the fact that women actually would dress as Jon Snow as well. I'm so impressed. It's really good.
I think I'm probably the first one. I don't know.
I don't think I've seen a Lady Jon Snow before, but it makes. I think it works. You're pulling it off.
I think you pull it off brilliantly. Yeah, it's so exciting for me when I see people dressing in the costumes, because I mean we obviously make them, and it's such a compliment when you actually go to the trouble of actually doing it so well, and all the plaiting and the colour. I have to compliment you on the colour actually.
Thank you.
Because sometimes they're too blue, and it wasn't not that strong blue because it's supposed to be a vegetable dye, so that to me, that's really, really clever, and I like the blood.
you.
You've been eating hearts.
Yes, a little bit of heart and coffee and soy sauce were great to distress the leather.
So you're telling our secrets.
I know.
Yeah, don't give them away. Yeah, Michelle, I was going to say, it must be a little bit surreal for you to come to Comic-Con where you're promoting your new jewelry line, which
Yeah.
you're releasing a bunch of jewelry inspired by Daenerys and actually her big dragon necklace that
Yes.
we saw in season 5. But it must be surreal for you to walk around and see cosplayers like Kelly and Lourdes wearing Game of Thrones
I know,
cosplay.
it was really weird. I came out of my hotel this morning and there was a Drogo just walking along the street, which was really weird.
And I love that there are so many different versions of people like Daenerys. Jon sort of had the same outfit for everything up through this season,
did.
but even like Sansa and Cersei and all them.
And it's funny because this is actually obviously quite an early outfit, and now, as you say, with the dragon necklace, which
Mhm.
is like one of the more later creations.
She always looks clean on Game of Thrones. I'm always very impressed. They must have great dry cleaning over
It gets
in
dirty
Marine.
when she rides the dragon, though.
That's true. That's true.
But that's what's good about this again. There's breakdown on it, and I like it when people notice the details because that's what we really are into doing. I mean, yes, the shape's important, but if you don't do the details on high definition television, it just looks flat.
Right.
So I'm really impressed. As I say, I'm really impressed you're doing it in this weather.
So
I don't think
what
I
was the
could.
trickiest for both of you, and like just what was like the key component in bringing the whole costume together?
For me, finding the right leather color.
Yeah.
And then I sew like a Dothraki, so I'm not the best seamstress. So I picked this one because it was the easiest to get by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Mine's probably the beard.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What did you end up doing?
It's
Flocked,
actually
is it?
yeah, it's like wool, like a crest hair or something.
Yeah.
And you cut them up into little pieces. And I always put in a little jar thing, and then spirit gum, and then
you start
dabbing. It's a mess on the bathroom floor, but
And where did you get the leather piece from?
The leather piece.
The leather
is actually-
doublet is
it was
correct.
actually commissioned by somebody in England. She does different kinds of for different bodies, I guess.
Yeah.
That she does like a different interpretation of the leather. So you
Yeah.
got like the belts here, even though John doesn't have this, but
And it's good to actually make it more
It's like
individual.
sheepskin.
Yeah, and I love the cross. You got the cross across the front, which is
Yes.
important. So key to the Jon Snow.
Now, you both went full out, and obviously the costumes on Game of Thrones are all the way, the full authentic. But if people are just getting into cosplay and starting at home, what advice do you have, all three of you, to sort of really get that essence of Game of Thrones and capture it in, probably a fairly simple cosplay if it's their first time?
Well, that's
doing
what
it?
I think. That's what it was so interesting. What you said is something people who have limited sewing skills choose something that isn't too complicated because you'll be much more rewarded if you can do something that you can really do, and some of the others that can be quite complicated. So I think that's a really good thing. And also you can build the look up and add your own little bits and pieces. I think that's interesting. Individualize it a bit. I think as long as you have the elements. Have fun with it. I mean, I'd know who you two were straight away. I bumped into you in the corridor.
Oh, I recognize that.
I know. So have fun. That's the whole essence of it, isn't it? Just try and have fun and just maybe pick one detail of something and really work on that bit. And I think that's enough sometimes. And breakdown. We're obsessed by breakdown. Make it
Breakdown.
look dirty.
The coffee.
Yeah.
Find as many images online as you can, and as many detailed shots. There's got to be some high-res photos out there somewhere. Yeah. And then just take your time. Don't rush it.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Like, just find your high-resolution photos. It's like so you can see those details and run with it. Pick one that you love, and even if it's hard, if it's the one you love, go for it.
Yeah. And look, see what we have here.
I know, and look at how amazing it turns out. Well, Kelly and Lourdes, thank you so much for joining us
Thank
here
you.
today.
Thank you.
Michelle, thank you so much for stopping by.
That's cool.
Michelle's jewelry line is available right now. You can buy
May.London.
22 different pieces of jewelry inspired and taken straight from Game of Thrones. It looks amazing.
Thank you.
all
It
so
was
much
fun.
for coming. And for all things Game of Thrones, keep it here at IGN.
Thank you.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Rob from the Nintendo Treehouse. Rob is just about to show us Dragon Quest VII on 3DS. But first, remember, you can be part of the show. Just tweet your questions at IGN with the hashtag SDCC 2016, and we'll share them live before your very eyes here in just a little bit. Rob, tell us about Dragon Quest VII. I think we're going to pull up some footage here. This game was originally released in 2001 on the original PlayStation.
Correct.
Now coming to 3DS.
Yeah, so now we, 3 years later, after the release in Japan, we're actually releasing this on the 3DS. The game looks fantastic. This is a remastered version of the original. So we have all new graphics, all new localization. As you can see, classes now have little outfits that your characters wear. And we've eliminated random encounters, as you'll see here in a sec, which is great.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. That's not one of my favorite aspects of classic JRPGs.
So here in combat, it's a classic Dragon Quest combat here. As you can see, we have spells, abilities, attacks, and all sorts of fun stuff. They've actually spruced up the animations of the enemies and the characters, so we actually see the characters attack this time around, unlike the original. And one of my favorite things, actually, is to see the sleep animations of the enemies. Every enemy that can fall asleep actually has a sleep animation, so.
Like a unique
cool.
sleep animation?
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, yeah. There's one guy who lays on his back and falls asleep. So
nice.
Pretty funny.
So, for the most part, is this a pretty classic JRPG?
This is classic. Compared to the original, they've actually streamlined a few things. Okay. So, in the original, at the very beginning of the game, you had to go on all these different side quests. One of them that was a little odd was having to go get what's known as a sizzling stone. You had to go talk to your uncle in a pub and walk around, and you didn't really have any direction. You can actually completely skip that this time. Now, it does still exist for those classic fans out there, but you can definitely sit there and have an easier progression. So, yeah.
What can you tell us about the story here?
So the story starts out pretty simplistic. You're a young fisherman's son on an island, the only island in the world. And you and your friends decide to venture out into the Shrine of Mysteries, location that exists on the islands. There you find this mysterious character. We're going to call him the Imp for right now. The Imp. Okay. He's nameless, so we call him the Imp. And he tells you need to go find these tablet fragments. So you go out and find these tablet fragments, you put them together on this pedestal, and you're actually warped to the past. There you actually solve the problems of that island. Remember, there's no other islands that exist in the present. You go back to the present and an island appears. And you continue to do this over and over again, about 5 times, just going on an adventure. You don't really have much of a purpose. But here, actually, with this demo, we're at a location called Grundle. And we are actually starting to hear about this Demon King a little bit from this man in the black cloak right here.
Okay. So like where in the game are we?
We're a little over 25, 30 hours in.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we're a ways in right
into
here.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. One of our characters is riding a wolf.
He's riding a wolf.
I'd like to hear more about that.
So that is Rough. He has a very interesting story. So he's actually a wolf. What happened was a curse was put onto a town, and all of the humans were turned to animals, and all of the animals were turned to humans. And when the curse was lifted, he was actually gone. He was actually helping you on your quest, and he didn't turn back into a wolf afterwards. You visit the place where you were at in the present, and eventually he gets the ability to speak. So he's a really interesting character. He's quite fun. He actually has a pack of wolves that follow him around. He can summon them, and they'll do attacks within battle as well. So
there's probably a whole game in just that idea of turning all the humans into animals and animals into humans.
Probably, yeah.
I need to work on that. Let's greenlight that one.
There's actually a funny part in the game where you're actually able to put on pig costumes and run around, so
nice.
you get to be the animals at one point in time.
Yeah, so like you said, this came out in Japan 3 years ago?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Are there any, aside from like general localization changes, any updates from that version?
No. Okay. Just having the game itself is an update enough for a lot of fans. Yeah. Having it completely relocalized by Square is great as well. So we get that Dragon Quest flavor. The different accents. So someone may speak in French, someone may speak in Cockney, British. So it's that flavor that's there. Aside from that, we also have Street Pass added to this. So there are Street Pass elements to Dragon Quest VII on the 3DS that weren't present in the PlayStation 1 version. So you're able to send out what's known as Traveler's Tablets. These tablets work similar to Grottos in Dragon Quest IX, if you know that. So once you go into a traveler's tablet, which is a randomly generated dungeon, go in, defeat the boss. You're able to actually distribute that out to other people, so people can challenge your tablet and try to complete it. So a lot of fun.
Has Dragon Quest VII been re-released in North America since 2001?
No.
It hasn't. So
No.
it's the first time.
So this is the first time it's being re-released. It's available nowhere else right now, so only 3DS. Yeah.
Very cool. So like the 3DS, the lower screen is generally your map, your menus.
Yeah, so map, menus, character stats, fun stuff like that. During certain parts of the game, it may change slightly, but that's pretty much its purpose, yeah.
Very important question. Are there slimes?
Of course.
Okay, good.
There's tons of slimes. Funny enough, we're not showing it right here, but you can actually become a slime in this game.
What?
So there's over 30 classes in the game. Right now we have, I'm gonna butcher it, the Troubadour, so sort of like a French poet. We have a priest, and we also have the dancer. So the Troubadour and the dancer, this is the first time we're really seeing them. We haven't actually shown these classes off much. But there's also a subset of classes, which is where the 30 plus really comes in, are monster classes. So you'll actually be able to learn the abilities of monsters and look like a monster. So you can look like a slime, a heel slime, a Platinum King Jewel slime, a bunch of different ones. So.
What can you tell us about the dog we just ran past? Is he a very important character?
No. But he does say some really weird stuff.
Really?
I don't know if Corey talked to him or not. But yeah, he has some really weird dialogue right there.
Now, isn't Dragon Quest VIII is also coming soon? Is that right?
True. We're not talking about that quite yet, though.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Well, okay. But it is coming.
It is coming.
We know that, at least that much. Yeah. Well, when is Dragon Quest VII coming?
September 16th this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's right
so
around
it's pretty
the corner.
soon.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so thank you very much for coming by the show. Dragon Quest VII,
yes.
3DS, September 16th. Rob, Nintendo
Thank you.
Treehouse, thank you so much. Stay tuned, much more to come from IGN Live at Comic-Con right after this. Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Terry Schwartz. We're joined now by John Bradley. You know him as Samuel Tarly on Game of Thrones. He also appears in the movie Traitors. We're going to talk about both of those things in just a moment. But first, allow me to remind you, you can be part of the show with us here today if you have questions for us or our guests. Just tweet them at IGN with the hashtag SDCC2016, and we'll share them live right before your very eyes. John, I think one of the biggest questions we have about your character, Samuel Tarly, on Game of Thrones coming out of Season 6 is, what are you going to do with that sword?
Well, I hope he gets to do something with it.
Yeah.
I think at the end of Season 5, in that conversation between Sam and John, we find just how important Valyrian steel can be in the battle for the greater good. So I think that when he took that sword, it was an interesting moment because it was a perfect combination of head and heart working at the same time. He knows what Valyrian steel can do, but the fact that it was his father's sword was such a symbolic moment. It was such a kind of symbolic gesture for him to take it, because the subtext of it is, it's mine anyway.
Sure. And
as soon as Randall dies, it's going to be mine. But the fact is, I'm never going to come back here again.
Yeah.
So I'm taking it while I can, which I think is a kind of, it's a hugely symbolic moment of Sam, for the first time, kind of taking control of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second Sam gets that sword, we know he's got to use it. He's got to use it at some point.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk some Game of Thrones in a little bit, but we do want to talk to you about Traitors, which is coming out soon. What are you looking for in roles that are non-Game of Thrones? What are you looking to do in sort of the off-season?
Well, when I was first given this script, it was the end of 2013, so it was right just after we'd finished filming Game of Thrones Season 4. Yeah. So at that time, I was very kind of entrenched in the Game of Thrones way of working, which was you know, there's so much stuff to shoot. You will be on set for a couple of weeks and you're off for months sometimes. So it's a little bit kind of patchwork. Like you get a lot of time off. And a lot of the stuff that is in the show that you're not involved in, you can feel a bit detached from sometimes. So at that time, I was looking for something that was, you know, completely different in terms of I wanted to play a character that told the story all the way through a movie. I wanted something that was contemporary, and I wanted something that dealt with contemporary issues, and something that dealt with humanity in the same way that Game of Thrones does, the extremes of humanity, but something that deals with it on a slightly kind of smaller scale. Like in Game of Thrones, there's 100 characters. In this, there's kind of 2 or 3 main ones and some other ones kind of floating around them. So it was the perfect project at the perfect time, and I kind of threw myself into it, and yeah, it was everything I kind of wanted from a movie. It's my first what you might call lead or even co-lead in a movie. So I wanted to make sure that I picked the right one, and I think I did with Traders.
And what's fun about your character in this movie too, Vernon is a bit of the villain here, which Sam is very much a good guy, and that's what we're used to seeing. So was that fun for you to get to sort of play the other side of it?
It was fun, yeah, and that was what I found so fun about it. Was when I read the part and I knew that they were considering me for this part of Vernon. I knew it was going to be quite an interesting film because if you look at these 2 actors, you look at me and you look at Killian, and you see that one of them is, as I've said, 6'2" and muscular and good-looking and kind of brooding. You think, oh, he's going to be the bad guy because he looks so physically imposing. He's going to be the bad guy, and myself, who's shorter and rounder and looks more cuddly and looks more nice, he's going to be the good guy who the bad guy tramples all over, and he may defy the odds or he may not. But what you get, as soon as you know that Vernon is the bad guy, you start to realize that they're playing around with those conventions and playing around with those. And it's an interesting piece of casting as well, because I don't look like the bad guy. So as soon as I'm introduced as the bad guy, you get that instant twist and you get that shock and you make people sit up and pay attention. Well, yeah, Vernon is a real bad guy.
So, Terry, you've seen this film.
I have.
But for people that aren't familiar with it, what's the brief synopsis of Traders?
Brief synopsis is that Harry and Vernon being me and Harry being Killian Scott, we work for a high-flying company in Dublin. Harry is on the top floor, so Harry is an executive and he has the lifestyle, he has the cars, he has the apartment, he has everything you could possibly want. Vernon is below deck, if you like. He's kind of IT support and he lives with his parents and his life just isn't as glamorous as Harry. Turns out they all lose their jobs. And so they all enter a period of kind of financial turmoil. And what happens is, early on in the film, it's not really a spoiler, one of the characters commits suicide. And because the situation has got so desperate. And that sets Vernon off thinking, well, if people are willing to do something so extreme, something that they consider to be a solution to all these problems, then why don't I invent a system where 2 people who have lost everything, they sell everything they have, turn it all into money, go to a remote location and fight each other for all the money to the death.
And things get crazy from
things
there,
things get really crazy.
Suffice it to say that things get a bit crazy from there. The system works a bit too well.
It's a very extreme premise, but it's rooted in a reality. It's a real examination of that old adage, drastic situations call for drastic measures, and it's just about how far ordinary people are willing to take things to maintain a standard of living.
Now, this other little project that you're working on called Game of Thrones, which you guys are going back to late this year. You have a delay, so we get some more winter scenes.
That's the rumor, yeah.
No, they did announce officially, finally, earlier this week.
Oh,
yeah.
thank God for that.
7 episodes and a summer 2017 premiere date. So we got to wait longer for Game of Thrones, which means we've got to push you for as many teases as we can get. Something that I thought was interesting.
You really don't have to.
That's where hey, at least there's no Big Jon Snow question this season. No. There's the sword, but beyond that, I thought one of the things that was really interesting about season 6 was Sam's storyline was sort of the last one to catch up to where we are in the published books.
Yeah.
When he arrives in Old Town. So everything after that, we don't know too much about.
Exactly.
What do you imagine comes next? What do you imagine is like the most important bit of information Sam can get out of that library in Old Town?
Well, I don't know. It's an interesting one because I'm kind of conflicted between what Sam wants and what I want to happen to Sam, if you know what I mean. I think Sam's perfectly happy to stay there for as long as he possibly can because it's the first time he's ever felt accepted, the first time he's ever felt really comfortable. So it's nice that he's finally got home, and home being, you know, the kind of metaphorical home where he feels most accepted. But as an actor, and just in terms of my sense of adventure for Sam, I want him to find something important quick, and then get out of there as quick as possible. Because let's not forget, Sam's not there to, you know, be twisting by the pool at the Citadel for, you know, for a long time. He says to John, I want to go because that's where I can fulfill my potential. That's where I can be at my best, and that's where I can do something that's going to affect, you know, the war on the side of the good. So he's not there for a holiday. He's there to do his job. But I think that Sam would want to stay there for as long as he possibly can before he finds it. But I think, you know, a lot of people find the Sam storyline, I've accepted it now, a lot of people find the Sam storyline slightly frustrating enough without it being 4 episodes of him just
looking through books.
Still there, still reading books.
Still reading.
Well, the nice thing is they've sped up the pace a bit, especially in season 6. And you know, people are moving, things are happening in rapid succession, and the White Walkers are a big threat. Do you think Sam could be the key to defeating the White Walkers? That's sort of why he was sent down to Old Town in the first place.
Yeah, I think he absolutely could be. And now, of course, he's in possession of a Valyrian steel sword, which can't hurt. I think that's, you know, there's going to be something. There's either going to be that, there's going to be some kind of clue to John's background, maybe. But literally, I mean, the problem with my own speculation at this time is that we haven't seen a single script yet. And of course, we're beyond the book, so we don't have that source material. So if I was to put forward a theory as to what I think happens or what I'd hope to happen, I'm in big trouble if I get it right.
Do you guys have like group texts and stuff where you sort of speculate and like try and figure stuff out, or are you guys past the point of trying to do that?
We're kind of, well, that's the thing. We don't really want to. No, and I suspect other people don't really want to either.
I want to. I'm trouble like that. I want to know.
Well, you know, as I've said before, as I've kind of, you know, famously said before, would you rather me tell you now, or would you rather watch it?
Yeah.
Because
I'd rather watch it.
Because I could sit here and talk you through every frame of Battle of the Bastards. Because this happens, and then you'll never guess what. John's trapped under a load of bodies and he's trying to get out. and you'd be listening, but it's not going to match up to the visual spectacle of seeing it. So I think patience is a virtue with these things, and you know, all will be revealed.
Well, we are out of time. Real quick though, before we go, at the end of it all, what do you think the chances are that Samwell sits on the Iron Throne?
Well, yeah, I've been asked this question before, and all I say is, you know, for many people, sitting on the Iron Throne would be all they want. It's all they're fighting for. But with Sam, it's never even entered into his consciousness that he could ever do, because he wouldn't want it. His ambitions for life are so modest, really. He just wants to be happy, and he just wants to be loved, and he just wants to be safe, something that so many people take for granted. He's not got the Iron Throne on his mind at all, because for Sam to be happy and loved and safe, it's just as much a unattainable ambition for him at the start as the Iron Throne is for other people. So the Iron Throne isn't necessarily the end of everybody's quest, but everybody has their own symbolic place of where they get to, and Sam's stops a lot short of that. But if he does, he'd be incredible.
He'd be a great ruler, I think.
He would stick it to his dad, that's for sure.
Yeah, he definitely would. He'd be incredible, but I think that it's not what he wants. He's perfectly willing to stay in the background, and I think if he's that pushed to the forefront, I reckon he'd crumble. But tell you what it would be a fantastic examination of how people behave in extreme circumstances, like traders, on cable VOD,
I want to ask.
And iTunes, and there's a DVD coming out.
When is Traders on VOD? Is there a date for that?
Right now.
Oh, right now, okay.
Yeah, right now.
Watch Traders, and then Game of Thrones comes back next summer.
Yeah, next summer, eventually. Patience.
John, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned, much more to come from IGN Live here at Comic-Con 2016 after this. Welcome back, everybody. This is IGN Live from Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Brian Altano.
Hey.
That's Marty Sleva.
Hey, buddy.
Now, look, superheroes, movies,
Zomboys.
TV, they're done.
Get them out.
They've had their time.
Throw it in the trash.
Their time at Comic-Con is over. It's time to talk about video games.
Yeah.
Yikes. I was waiting. There's all this Marvel stuff. There's all this DC, all these zombies, all
outta
these Game of Thrones.
here.
Yeah.
Everyone's over it. That's the running theme at Comic-Con. They don't want to hear any more about any of that stuff. They just want video games.
Yeah,
So talking about video games.
Yeah. So you guys you've been doing a bang-up job here all day, interviewing
lot.
everybody.
Finally, somebody noticed.
Finally, recognition.
Thanks for watching all day instead of doing your job out there.
I've been wandering. That was actually an assumption. I have no idea if you guys have been doing good. But I was wandering around the show floor. I was going to appointments. I was walking outside. There's 100,000 people outside the convention center.
First of all, it's way too hot to be walking outside.
It is 900 degrees outside. It is hotter than the core of Venus. And every single person at this convention is playing Pokemon Go.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I know that kills you two a little bit, but that makes me so happy.
Don't paint us in this light.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not a hater.
No, just because we're not playing Pokemon Go doesn't mean we don't want other people to enjoy it. But I do, as a person that has to, walk crowds in shows like this. Sorry for touching you.
Don't touch me again.
Maybe move out of the way, catch Pokemons.
No, that's not how Pokemons work.
No, you got to be right there, front and center.
Yeah, you got to be there to catch them all. It's insane. I've never, this is one of those phenomenon. I don't think any of us have ever seen anything like this in our careers. And it's going to fade eventually, obviously, everything does. But it's been really cool. Just like youth and love. But it's been crazy just looking around. Like, you'll open up the app at night and you'll spin around, and there's probably 150 Pokestops within viewing distance of the Gaslamp District where Comic-Con's held. Every one of them has lures dropped all night. Our hotel has a lure dropped at it. And I woke up at 3 in the morning. I think I caught a Snorlax. It was weird.
What?
Sorry.
Perfect for 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it's the sleepiest Pokemon of them all. We're planning some cool meetup stuff. I think Josh and Terry are going to go head-to-head, try to catch as many Pokemon. I was worried that the cell phone reception wouldn't be good enough for Pokemon Go.
And it works.
It is. Thanks, Waves.
And then who's here at the show floor? Microsoft is here. Nintendo is here. Bandai Namco.
Yeah, Capcom.
Oh, I always do that. Bandai Namco is here.
Bandai Namco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a new character revealed for Star Wars Rogue One. And Capcom's here.
And Capcom's here. Yeah, we saw Nintendo last night. They have a pretty big suite of stuff, and probably the coolest thing we saw was the NES Mini, which you two got.
It's the NES Classic.
It's not the.
I've been calling it the Mini too. I don't know. It is a mini NES. Whatever. I'll call it anything, whatever I want.
But you guys got hands on with it. Literally, you held it.
Yeah, we held
in
it
our hands.
Yeah, what was that
It
like?
fits in your hand.
Yeah.
It's not any bigger than my hand.
Yeah, however small you think it is or however light you think it is, it's smaller and lighter. It's really awesome that it's just like, yeah, I know, it's not scientific.
People are scoffing.
I can imagine smaller than that. No, you can't.
No, you can't.
You have no idea. I think it's kind of awesome that Nintendo has all these new games. They brought old games out, and we just rushed to the corner to be like, yeah, but what about Super Mario Brothers 2 for the NES?
Yeah.
There's something about nostalgia that will always be important to us. That's how that works. So it was really cool to see this thing there.
Yeah, and it's that thing, coming out November 11th, only $60. It has these 30 games. It's not like a 30 games where it's like, well, 5 of these I'll play. It's like 25 of them are awesome.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's such a cool lineup, and it is the size of like an NES cartridge, which is nuts.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, people are asking, can you put cartridges in there? There's no way a cartridge would fit in this thing. It's too small. A little worried that the cord from the controller is this long.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is really short. Like,
I think
we're gonna have to be up close.
literally
you're gonna have to be
the distance between both of you, pretty much.
Yeah, honestly, and
No way.
you think it's shorter?
I don't think it's even shorter than that. I don't think it's this long.
Oh, yikes!
Like this?
Yeah.
All right.
Now, however long
I think
you're
it's like-
imagining, it's even shorter.
I think it's 3 feet long. I think it's 3 feet.
Yeah, which is tough. Like, that was a thing that could almost work back in the day when TVs weren't as big and we were all like getting blind by sitting.
Our arms weren't so long.
Man hasn't evolved
Curse
yet.
these long arms.
No, but now we all have like 40, 50, 60-inch TVs, and I don't want to be 3 feet away from it because I'm already blind as a dumb turtle in a weird fairy tale.
Listen,
Man, I love
there is
that.
no
That was
correlation
great.
between your quality of your eyesight and your intelligence.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Are you
That's
just
true.
throwing-
Oh, actually, in the turtle world, that's exactly how that works.
Well, I don't really know.
No scientific proof for that one either, but there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, there was
another
also
game that Nintendo has that I liked was the new Paper Mario.
Yeah, Paper Mario seems really
called
cool.
What, Splatter
Color
Paint?
Splash. Yeah, I think we have it
it's
on our live
Splatter
show
Paint.
today,
Pretty sure it's
What did you call
Paper Mario Splatter Paint.
Paper Mario
Splatter
Splatter
Paint.
House.
I heard Splatterbait.
Wood play.
Okay, also never say Splatterbait again.
This is what I heard.
Yeah. But yeah, it's cool. It's that traditional Paper Mario feel and gameplay loop, but they add the whole painting element, which is, it reminded me a little bit of Mario Sunshine. I guess the anti-Mario Sunshine. Instead of trying to clean things up, you're trying to slather weird colors all
I
over.
didn't even put that together. Mario spent one game running around cleaning up all the paint, and in this one, he's just messing things up again.
Yeah. And
This
then-
dude's a hypocrite.
I mean,
He's not messing things up. He's restoring the color to objects that have had the color stolen from them.
A lot of people would say the same thing is what graffiti artists are doing out there right now. So how do you respond to those
Shout out to
claims?
Banksy, who's going to be on our live show tomorrow.
No, he won't.
You don't know. Any of the people on our live show could have been Banksy.
All right, I've been told we've done enough. We've done enough for the IGN live stream, and we need to move on. But stay tuned, everybody. We have lots more to come over the next 2+ days here on IGN Live from Comic-Con in 2016 after this.
Back here at San Diego Comic-Con with more of the gang from Luke Cage, a show that everyone is very excited about. Mr. Loeb, this is a cool thing because you got to establish Luke himself first in Jessica Jones. Was that a really great opportunity for you now to sort of branch him off now that we got to know him for a little bit?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it did turn out. It was obviously a risk that we took because whenever you introduce a new character, you hope that the audience is going to respond. The good news was that the moment Mike Coulter walked on Jessica Jones, everyone was going, okay, can we have a Luke Cage show now?
Right.
And so we got very lucky that while that was going on, Cheo Coker, our showrunner, was writing furiously away with his group. And then to have people like Simone and Frank here join our cast, it just grew into something that was, its own particular project. It's, that's one of the nice things about the shows that Marvel's producing for Netflix is that they have their own voice, they live in their own world, and yet they all feel very Marvel, and that's really what's important to us.
Now, Simone, you were playing a character I'm a huge fan of, and I know I'm not alone on that. Misty Knight has a rich history in Marvel. So when you got this role, did you find out all that history? Was it a lot to sort of immerse yourself in?
I found out the history in a gradual way. Jeff called me up to tell me that I got the job, and he said, now don't go to a comic book store and say, I want to get all the Misty Knight comic books, because then everybody will know.
Right.
And so I was terrified to go into a comic book store. So I just did all of my reading online and found out that she has like this really badass, history and that she was such a strong character. But I didn't, do the typical growing up with Misty that I know a lot of the fans did. I met her through the role.
When we meet her in this show, can you talk about where she's at, obviously, because she has had a lot of sort of, she's lived a long life in the comics and had a lot happen to her. So when we meet her, what is her role?
I can.
You can start. In exactly what she was doing.
Okay, great. So she's a detective in Harlem. She's from Harlem, and she's there just trying to protect her community. And she gets thrust into this very larger than what she ever imagined series of events circling around Luke that just completely changes the way that she does her job. But when you meet her, she's just this very hard-nosed, determined detective who's got an awesome partner. Frank Whaley
Sexy.
over here.
Sexy
Yes,
partner. That
yes.
was in the description.
They can barely keep their
Only
hands
reason
off
I
of
took
each
the
other.
role. Well, there is some romance.
Yeah,
Yes.
there is some romance.
Yes, between me and Angela Lansbury. I probably should not have
Whoa,
dropped that
Marvel
here
is
today.
not gonna be happy with that spoiler.
I apologize.
It's a big
I
spoiler.
leaked.
Yes.
She's been leaking.
Yeah.
It's all.
They have a Twitter feed. They're the only two
Yes.
that are on
They
it.
Wow. Well, I think my character started on Murder, She Wrote, unlike Jessica
This
Jones.
is a very expanded universe.
Oh, definitely. Yes, yes.
Frank, what can you say about your character? And yeah, what is the dynamic like? They're partners. You know, do they get along pretty well doing their job?
Yeah, there's a real long and illustrious history between the two, and they know each other inside and out, and
There's a bit of a mentorship.
Yes,
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, very close.
You know, you spoke, Jeff, about how we're gonna, we're seeing different facets of Marvel through these different shows. And so for Luke Cage, what was it you guys really wanted to hone in on? As we met him through Jessica, but now we're gonna watch his world.
Well, I think what we saw in Jessica was that Luke clearly is a man with secrets.
Yeah.
And that he's trying to stay under the radar. I think after his experiences with Jessica, he returns to Harlem. He's trying to have a private life. He's trying to, Luke will always have the secret of where he came from and how he managed to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And as it happens with all the great Marvel heroes, is, once that destiny touches you, you can't undo it.
Right.
And so it is the story of a fugitive, but more importantly, it's the story of how this particular hero has to come to terms with the responsibility of his life.
Mm-hmm. And for Simone and Frank, your characters, what do you guys make of Luke Cage? Who I assume you're probably meeting for the first time. So what do you think of this guy?
Yeah.
Confusion, awe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I think
pretty amazing.
in the beginning, obviously, we don't know.
Yeah.
He's just a regular guy in Harlem. And, slowly but surely things start circling and swimming about him. Strange things start happening that make us question, and it completely changes our understanding of who he is. But Luke is...
As it is with all of our shows, it's very grounded in a very real world. And so these are two extremely experienced cops who are trying to maintain law and order on the streets of Harlem. And all of a sudden in comes this guy who they don't know which side he's on.
Right.
And just, starting with the world of vigilantism and ending with the world of is he a hero or not a hero is a very big problem for both of you.
Right. Some concern there, Frank, from your character about maybe what side Luke lies on?
Yeah, I think it's unclear at first, and neither of us are sure how to approach the situation.
He definitely feels like more of a problem. He's not necessarily trying to be a part of the solution from our perspective as cops.
Yeah.
So it creates some tension.
Yeah.
Lastly, guys, Simone, you're going to be cursed with this question for a while. Bionic arm, metal arm, everyone wants it.
You will get the exclusive right here.
Oh, man.
On IGN. Next year.
Well, there's a promise.
Right.
Next year.
Would you be excited to maybe one day have that?
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't want a bionic arm?
Right.
I think when I was a little girl for Christmas, I wrote that at the top of my list.
Well, guys, we are all psyched for Luke Cage coming September 30th on Netflix. Thanks for being here.
Thank
you. For plenty more from Comic-Con, keep it here at IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Batman the Telltale Series.
I'm Jim Vejvoda. I am here with actress Sophia Boutella, one of the stars of the new Star Trek movie, Star Trek Beyond, in theaters Friday. Welcome to IGN Live. Welcome back. Actually, you were here a couple of years ago for Kingsman.
Yes, I was indeed. I was with Sam Jackson here sitting. We were very much impressed by this whole organization you have going on back there.
Right? It's
pretty
something,
impressive.
right? We're not screwing around, people.
Yeah.
We bring
know.
our A game to the live show. So let's talk about you're dealing with the real Trekkie here, or Trekker, as some of us like to be called.
Oh my God! Don't embarrass me.
I'm going to get a little geeky here, but let's start with something. Look, Star Trek, with the exception of Uhura, has been largely a male-driven series. So your character, Jayla, is a real breath of fresh air. You know, can you tell us a little bit about her and just she's kind of enigmatic, but she's an ass kicker too. So what can you tell us about this brand new character?
She's quite independent, and she's sort of a survivor, and was abandoned on this planet for quite a while, and had to get by and find ways to survive and live on her own and defend herself, essentially. And it's something that we quite see very often in our modern life in different contexts, of course. But I think that she was fun to play, and like I don't know if you saw Simon or if you spoke to him, but they had in mind Jennifer Lawrence in Winter's Bones, and that was the sort of character that's how they came up with the idea of like what's Jayla like. And that was the reference, and they always referred to Jayla as Jennifer Lawrence in Winter's Bone, Jennifer Lawrence, and then they shortened it to Jennifer Lawrence, and then they shortened it to J-Lo, and then it became Jayla after a while. So
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, but she's quite an opinionated woman, alien woman, I must say, and she was fun to play, and it was really fun to find sort of her characteristics and find her identity and how she speaks and what the language was, and so therefore what's the accent and how did she learn English, having been under Franklin for quite a long time. And but yeah, the pressure was not as strong as if the character existed before in the franchise. But it was fun to create from scratch with Simon.
Well, let's talk about working with Simon, because not only is he an actor, your scene partner, but he's also one of the writers of the movie. So is it a different dynamic when you're acting opposite someone who is essentially rewriting lines, even character moments, as you're going?
Yeah, between takes, he would tell me, no, say it like that, no, say that differently, let's change the sentence. So he would be writing as on set, so it'd be just a luxury, really, to have the writer just in front of you, acting with you. That's felt like a workshop.
Now, let's talk about Jayla's look. Very distinct kind of concept and design that they came up for her. How long did it take to do all that? Because there's prosthetics and just
no time at all.
No time.
No time at all.
Come on.
An
What?
hour,
2 hours? An
hour?
hour?
No, it took me 4 hours. It took us 4 hours. I would have very early call times, like 2 a.m. call times for day shoots, which is a lot. And so that's when the old sleeping on the chair comes really handy. You have to learn that skill. I think that it's really important, because otherwise it's a long time spending getting ready. But at the same time, I wouldn't feel Jayla if I didn't have that look on, if I didn't feel the weight of the wig, and if I didn't feel that sort of persona that she has, because she has such strong feature and strong face with even the contact. And I felt her when I had all this happening.
Well, that had to affect, though, just even because you're doing stunts and everything in the movie, too. So how does that affect just doing some of those spins and kicks and everything? I mean, first of all, you're wearing contacts, so I would assume your vision is somewhat obscured, or can...
The contact that I had is true. They were kind of divided in half. You have the top where I could see better, and then the bottom half was very bright yellow. So I wouldn't see as good as if I didn't have them. Okay. But we were kind of concerned about that, but it was easier than we thought. And then once you hit, you say, director Justin says action, you forget about all that. You become one with whatever's going on, and we've been practicing with everything as well. So you just forget about it. And the next thing you know is you can't do it if you don't have everything. Awesome. Genuinely, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today to talk about Star Trek Beyond, your new character, Jayla. Again, it's in theaters this Friday, July 22nd. For all things Star Trek, Comic-Con, all your needs on Comic-Con, keep it here on IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Batman the Telltale Series. Episode 1 available to download August 2nd.
Hey, welcome to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con.
We're live!
We are live!
It's exciting!
I'm Brian,
Anything
this is
can
Jim, and this is Eric. We are having a great time here. Comic-Con, it's not just about comics because it hasn't really been about comics in a very long time. Movies are really the biggest thing here, let's be honest.
Movies and television. Television is huge. In fact, it's bigger than movies, I would say now.
I mean, certainly
more
quantity-wise,
presence. Yeah.
there's a ton of TV. I think there's over 100 TV shows usually at this point. So
Yeah,
there's
and a lot of studios are sitting it out. But the ones that are showing up with some of their big titles, you know? And, so we have DC and Warner Brothers are going to be here, and Fantastic Beasts, and then Marvel Studios is going to be here end of day Saturday, tomorrow. I'm going to be locked in Hall H with Scott Kalura for the entire thing.
Watching cool stuff.
Interesting.
Watching cool stuff.
Any idea what?
Yeah, I can say a couple of things. Wonder Woman, Suicide Squad, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Kong Skull Island, which has Tom Hiddleston, not as King Kong.
Yep.
And it's set during the Vietnam era. So yeah, it's 1970s King Kong. And I hope there's like shout outs to the Charles Grodin, Jeff Bridges, Jessica Lange one.
That'd be awesome.
And then I feel like it's a pretty confident to say Doctor Strange given the banners are everywhere here.
And Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Yeah.
Maybe some other surprises, we'll see. I mean, I think we're all anticipating them to, DC, not to make it a Marvel versus DC thing, but they all want to win the con. They want to, have the biggest thing to talk about when you walk out of here.
So we did see some teaser art or concept art for Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which seemed like it's sort of merging the bad guys with the good guys, to put it gently.
Well, I mean, there's some of the characters were Guardians in the original comics. I mean, Yondu was one of the originals.
Yeah, Yondu, I mean, it's such a different interpretation of the character, but he was a member of the team. So, in the first Guardians, I mean, I don't know if I call him a bad guy, but obviously he was more morally dubious than our heroes.
He was an antagonist rather than a villain.
Yeah, but it looks like, based on art we're seeing, that he's fully joining the team this time. And he had a really cool portrait out there on the show floor, a Yondu portrait in kind of a space frame, if you will.
Yeah. And then Mantis is making her debut.
Yeah.
And then Nebula, who was a villain in the first movie, is joining the team. She's, of course, Gamora's foster sister. Yeah. Both raised by Thanos. And I interviewed Zoe Saldana last week for Star Trek Beyond, and she confirmed that she's coming here for Guardians. And she talked a lot about how in this movie we're going to get a better sense of what it was like to have grown up. Thanos has talked about what it's like to grow up with him as your wicked stepfather and the kind of damage it does to you.
Yeah, that sounds like it's just horrible to grow up in a house like that.
Yeah, I mean,
like at the very least, he doesn't seem like he would be anything but negligent.
He's not going to play catch with you.
No.
I want to see a reboot of the stepfather then, but with like Thanos.
Yeah, make room for Thanos.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of space, there's a lot of cool Star Wars stuff here, although we're not getting anything specifically brand new aside from some characters and some costumes and stuff like that.
Yeah, we got 2 tubes from Rogue One.
I mean, I was just at Celebration last weekend in London. I'm trying not to act like I'm going to collapse right now from exhaustion.
Oh,
sure.
There are some other movies, though, that we should talk about that are opening up this summer, including one I think we have a very special guest
Is that
joining us. Come on in.
I'm coming in.
Holy crap, it's Seth Rogen.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Seth.
What's up, Seth Rogen?
What's up, man?
How you doing? Good
Thanks
to
for
see
coming
you
by.
again.
How's it going?
All right.
How are you?
There.
Become our best friend.
Look at this. Look at us.
Are we tired? Are we good? Were you all bringing in there?
We
There
got
we go.
everyone in.
How's it going, guys?
So you're in town for a sausage party.
I am in town and preacher.
And then the
but
movie,
mostly
too,
sausage.
sausage.
Yes, for a sausage
I mean,
party.
we've
Where
got
more
our own one
appropriate
happening right
time
now.
of year than at Comic-Con.
That's right.
So you've got, look, you're turning wholesome animated entertainment on its head here with that. How raunchy is Sausage Party gonna get?
It's really it really goes for it. I mean, I think it will really shock a lot of people, and I think it will really satisfy a lot of people, depending on what you're going for. Animation really allows for a lot of physical stuff, and we really tried to take as much advantage of that as possible, and at the same time, we would wait on the plane, technically.
Helicopters
and
gunshots.
It's rough out here in San Diego. But we really wanted to try to give it, very adult themes, both kind of on an intellectual level and on kind of a very, basic humor level, I guess. And they kind of duel at times, but, that was the balance we were really trying to hit, was something that was smart enough if you're looking for it, and just funny enough if you're not looking for it. Basically.
Now, there was that movie Food Fight, which
we actually hadn't really heard about that much until very recently, and then me and Evan went online and watched. We literally couldn't make it more than like a few minutes.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing because it seems like you're righting all the wrongs of what that movie tried to do.
Yeah. I don't know what that movie was trying to do. That's the craziest thing I've ever.
I think they were trying to.
It's not even about food, because the logos are what come to life.
Well,
and that's what's even the most confusing thing about it.
You're gonna do it right.
The food itself isn't even like.
No, I think the plot of that film was basically that. Brand names were trying to crush out mom and pop names.
It was the weirdest thing in the entire world.
Let me ask you a strange question. How are you guys dealing with the idea of rotting in your movie? Because food doesn't really live long, although it does now with preservatives.
No, there's expiration. The notion of expiration is within the realms of the movie, and they're disposed of, by Paul Rudd's character, actually, who plays a stock boy. And he kind of indiscriminately throws food away at times, just when he feels like he doesn't want it in the store anymore. But yeah, we try to, the more we got into it, the more we found that food was actually very analogous to people. It expires. It has like a very limited shelf life, and it really allowed us to draw a lot more analogies than I thought it would when we just were like, talking food could be funny.
Animation has so many, the talking version of this, the talking version of that.
Yeah.
Was that the inspiration where you guys just sit around one day and go, okay, well, if food could talk, man, life would be messed up for them.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. We really wanted to make an R-rated animated movie. We knew someone was probably going to do it at some time, and we just thought we'd be really pissed if we weren't the guys who did it. And so we really... for years and years and years, we thought of ideas, and this idea came up very early and really evolved a lot over the years. But it was just at first, kind of a joke. Food could talk, man. That'd be funny. And then we really put a weird amount of thought into it, considering what it's about.
Are there any foods in this movie that you personally are like, that is the most disgusting thing, I never want to see it? Like, I know something like durian fruit or anchovies are just categorically gross. Yeah.
Sweeping the nation.
Sausage party, yeah.
Obviously, the guy in the Deadpool shirt is psyched about it. I don't know. I mean, no, all the food is it's very lovable, the food. There is, I don't want to ruin anything, actually. But yeah, there's some of the food is a little... It's grosser than others.
I do like the little almost homage to Saving Private Ryan at one point. Was it a cookie, right, picking up the other half? Of...
There's a lot of cinematic references within the movie itself. Again, I don't want to ruin all of them, but that is very much in league with what we thought would be. We always reference movies in our movies. It's kind of one of our favorite things to do. And then, again, animation kind of allowed us to do a whole other level of that.
So this is a weird question because it makes me sound like I just got a pot card, but does food eat food in this movie?
Is there cannibalism among the food? There is. Look at this. It's not the food itself, but among the products within the store, it's an idea we delve into. We leave no stone unturned.
But you have to leave something for the sequel, right?
It ends in a way that actually sets up a sequel pretty organically on the grand scale of comedies. For sure.
Is there any sort of snobbery between organic food and the processed kinds?
Those are all jokes we've had. It's like throughout the years we were working on it, there's been literally every food joke fathomable you could ever have in a movie. Some of them have fallen by the wayside. There's still a lot of food puns in there for if that's what you're looking
Is
for.
is kale as intrusive in your film as it is in the real world?
No, kale actually, I think is so new, we weren't even able to include it in the animation process. When we started animating the movie, no one knew what the fuck kale was. But now,
So this is kind of a period piece for a time when we didn't have to hear about kale
It
constantly.
really captures 2014 really well.
When you launched this trailer, the first trailer a few months ago, was it just so great to see the reaction to it and the fact that people were just so kind of taken aback by what they were seeing in a great way?
It really was. This was a really hard movie to get made. Over the years, we've learned the unfortunate catch-22 of the things we like to do is that the more exciting they are to us, often the more terrifying they are to movie studios.
Right.
And this was probably the biggest convergence of those two things out of anything we've ever done. And so the fact that we had such a hard time getting it made, and then when finally we showed the first, glimpse of it to people, they really seemed to get exactly what we were going for, was very gratifying.
You had me at Irish potato, by the way.
Exactly. That's one of the directors who's actually Irish. So yeah, it all worked out.
Now, what about the sort of the nature of the idea of the characters finding out about sort of their creation and stuff like that? How much of an idea of their being and their origin do they have? If you're processed sausage.
Again, that's something that we've had throughout the film in various phases, and I think ultimately we were looking at Toy Story or something like that, and we're like, it's not like it starts with eyeballs being sewn in a teddy bear or something like that, and they'd be like, oh no, what's happening? And so I think eventually we're like, you have to take some license with just maybe the moment they're put on the aisle is when their consciousness kind of comes into being.
So that's interesting because you take something like a chicken, which has not a personality in real life, but it's sort of, PETA would argue it does.
Dude, yeah. The amount of these conversations that we've had over the years, is a chicken work? Because it's a chicken, it's not prepared, it's not processed.
And then it can become an egg, it can become a rotisserie chicken, or like a dinosaur chicken nugget, which I guess is either a dinosaur or that same chicken.
Oh no, this is why people will like the movie. I think all these questions and more.
Lots of themes to explore.
Yes, lots of themes to explore.
We will be exploring plenty more themes just like that. I'm not sure how much more will be about talking food, but I wish it was right here at San Diego Comic-Con. Seth, thank you so much for joining us out here. Wonderful surprise. This is great.
You look way less sweaty than I would assume you would.
Day one, dude.
All of you guys.
Day one. We'll get there.
They throw ice at us every few minutes. Thanks for watching. This is IGN Live at Comic-Con, so don't move. That's a threat.
You can move those, Seth. I know you have something.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you
man.
so much,
Thanks
man.
a lot.
Appreciate that. I'll take that off your hands.
Welcome back, everybody. IGN Live from Comic-Con 2016. It's time to talk about Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Let me introduce our panel here. Taylor is the narrative director on the game, working a lot on the story, right? Building the narrative.
Exactly.
Brian is also a writer on the game, but also a performer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then David and Jamie are actors in the game.
In the game,
yeah. And you guys had your panel earlier today, not just a couple hours ago, right?
Yep.
And you debuted a new cutscene, a new gameplay, but it was really about the narrative and the story of the game. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, Call of Duty is this big giant thing, and we all have our part in it. And today was really focused on the narrative. Mm-hmm. And so Brian and I, being kind of some of the creatives behind it, and then having David and Jamie and Jeffrey Nordling, another member of our cast up there, along with my buddy Jeff Nagus. It was great.
So how would you summarize the story in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare?
Boy. Yeah. How would you do that? Yeah. Two sentences. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Elevator pitch.
Sure. I mean, it's a dark day on Earth. a desperate enemy, a treacherous enemy, has decided to wipe out humanity as we know it, coming home sort of from the stars. And it's the crew of the Retribution, led by Captain Nick Reyes and his men under him, that have to fight off this desperate invasion and basically save Earth single-handedly.
That sounds great, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to play.
I'm on board. I want to hear about your characters. Ladies first. Jamie, who do you play?
I play Lieutenant Salter in the game. I'm Captain Reyes' partner in the game. Lieutenant Salter and Reyes kind of came up in the ranks together, and as we start the game, the narrative there begins when he gets promoted to captain. So now all of a sudden he's superior, and I have to kind of balance that relationship. He's been my partner our entire careers, and now all of a sudden he's telling me what to do. And she's kind of a ball buster, you know, she's got a little edge to her, so you kind of get to see how that dynamic changes throughout the game.
And if I can say, she's also a fine operator and an incredibly skillful warrior.
And then David, how about you?
I play Sergeant Omar, who's a Marine and incredibly loyal, incredibly tough, and you know, if you want a soldier, someone to stand on, I think he's the guy. He is the first person into a battle and the last person out. Incredibly heroic, and with Omar, it's mission first. It's let's get this job done.
Sure.
And he will get that job done at any cost. Really, it's been really good fun to play.
He's a real mentor to Captain Reyes as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And Brian, what's it like pulling double duty? You're both writing the game and performing in the game.
Yes, it's an incredible honor, and to play, as you call it, we call it manager in the field on some level. To get onto the motion capture set and to have us conceive of scenes and create these characters and then watch our amazing cast take them to higher ground is quite an experience. And I play Captain Nick Reyes. He is a SCAR team leader. He becomes captain of Retribution after this horrific attack on Geneva. And our SCAR team, our space combat air and recon, or special combat air and recon soldiers. They're this fusion of a Navy SEAL and a Top Gun pilot. And that gives the player all kinds of opportunities to do some really awesome stuff.
So as I understand it, this is a game with a sci-fi setting, but a very classic war story. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, we're huge fans not only of Call of Duty, but we're huge fans of the war genre. And so we kind of examined stories that you see in literature, books, TV, film, and we found a couple themes that kind of come up time and time again, and they're these sort of classically driven narratives. One is this notion of, like David said, the mission comes first. You fight for the guy next to you. That's a theme that you see in a movie like Black Hawk Down, for example.
Sure.
And that's usually the theme of a story told through the eyes of an infantryman. And then you have this other theme that you see that comes up a lot, which is the mission comes first, which is again something that David's character Sergeant Omar is a big proponent of, and you know, that's his creed and his motto. And so we thought it would be very interesting to take this narrative of you fight for the guy next to you, in this case Lieutenant Reyes and Lieutenant Salter, and then through a maturation process and thrown into the deep end of the pool, so to speak, Lieutenant Reyes becomes Captain Nick Reyes, and now our theme goes from just fighting for the guy next to you to the mission comes first, and how that dynamic changes and how it puts incredible amounts of pressure on these characters and how they respond to that pressure.
We're telling a story about the burden of leadership, and,
Sure.
and that's really kind of a critical aspect of what makes this game different on some level, because you're not a noob, you're not an FNG, you know. So
I thought that was really interesting, actually, and I hadn't realized that, is that normally when you play these games, you're the grunt, you're the recruit,
Sure, yeah.
but actually you're in command of a ship this time, which is awesome.
Yeah, and not just a commander of a squad, which is what Lieutenant Reyes and Lieutenant Salter were. Now, as Captain Reyes, you're commander of an entire carrier. I mean, we've made this this carrier which can traverse the solar system. We've based it on naval aircraft carriers. Brian and I were fortunate enough to do an overnight embark on a naval aircraft carrier, and so we've modeled the Retribution after that. It's this Navy meets NASA aesthetic, and as a player, being able to command 1,000 people and order your carrier into different battle zones and take on new missions at your discretion is, we think, a first for the series and really a first. Games don't really let you do that very much. It's always a lot easier to say, hey, new guy, follow me. And now it's more like, well, when the captain's ready.
Yeah. Well, you have a long history in the video game industry. We were talking before we started filming that you were the game designer on the original Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. A long time ago.
Can you connect the dots between Crash Bandicoot and Call of Duty: Infinite Warfare?
Well, for me, I come from a game design background first and foremost. So this notion that maybe narrative is in competition with gameplay, we throw that notion right out the window.
Yeah.
Narrative is in service of gameplay. And so we want the player to have agency. We want the player to be in control. We want the player to be able to play with their own style.
Yeah.
And the narrative is in service of all those things. Call of Duty is known for amazing set pieces and incredible controls, all that stuff, right? That we know that Call of Duty feel. And so for me personally, to be able to work on this franchise and infuse it with a deep, immersive story is an incredible opportunity and one that Brian and I are really excited about.
Yeah, you talk about narrative serving the gameplay. A sci-fi game is going to, especially a new setting for Call of Duty, is going to give players different tools to play with, right? New weapons.
Yeah.
Does that come into your thinking when you're writing, just knowing that the player is going to have a different arsenal than if it were a modern warfare setting?
Yeah, I mean,
yes and no. So on the one hand, you can say completely, because let's say you were planning, let's say you were strategizing what an encounter might be like and what you have in your toolbox, in your array, weapons-wise. Space is an enemy unto itself. This is a harsh environment. This is a place where you're dealing with no atmosphere, you're dealing with no oxygen, you're dealing with zero or low G. So incorporating those things into the environments, into your strategy, into your tactics, again, narrative in service of gameplay, it's just taking the whole thing to new heights.
In a lot of ways, sorry.
I just have to jump out. I mean, I keep saying this in all the interviews, but I've been a gamer for like 30 years. I had PlayStation 1. I've literally grown up with them.
Did you play Crash Bandicoot?
I don't think I did, actually. but I being in this game and knowing what it's going to be like to play it, I literally can't wait to get my hands on it, because there's just so much in this game that I've never seen before in a Call of Duty game, and I'm really looking forward to actually getting those controls in my hand and getting on with it.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is the melding of these different things, right? We're telling what is essentially a classic war story, good and evil, two very clear sides in a very clear black and white war. But to have that traditional Call of Duty gameplay loop that we all love, I'm a fan of it, and then transpose it into this new setting. So we have a lot of combat scenarios that take place in familiar settings or in familiar ways, but to then take that combat loop and then transpose it into a new dimension, for example, to be able to go from cover to cover, flanking enemies, which is what you do in Call of Duty, right? You pop out of cover, you take a shot, you move to your next piece of cover. But to do that in zero G, where you have cover that is above you, below you, to your left, to your right, to be able to grapple to your next piece of cover and quickly get into that next piece of cover. I mean, that's been a big thing. How do you make zero G combat fun, right? When the whole combat loop is run to cover as quickly as you can, and in zero G, you're sort of floating around without a lot of inertia. So as you can see in this gameplay footage here, you use this grapple hook to get you to your next bit of cover as quickly as you possibly can,
nice touch.
which retains that gameplay loop. But now you can flank enemies above, below, behind. It's taking it and putting it into 3 dimensions.
Yeah. It's a new setting for Call of Duty, but the flow of gameplay should feel familiar, right? You're still telling a linear action adventure story, right?
The story is a linear story that's not a story of, multiple endings if you do this or do that. I mean, what we are trying to do first and foremost is we want a deep, immersive narrative, and that has to be an authored experience to a certain extent. But what we are hoping to do, by putting you in the shoes of Captain Nick Reyes, is to put you at parity with him as a hero. When he makes a decision, the player should say, that's exactly the decision I would make if I were him. That's the goal as storytellers for us.
I see. As I understand it, the game starts out on Earth.
Yeah.
So is the game set in our solar system?
Yes.
It's in areas of space that we actually know and recognize.
Yeah, all of this stuff is, this is a realistic sort of forward-looking view into from a present-day perspective. You know, they've said that the first trillionaire on Earth is going to be the first person who can successfully mine an asteroid for its materials, its minerals, because we need those back on Earth. And so where there is that flow, there's going to be greed, there's going to be conflict, and so the battle zone, so to speak, moves into the stars.
I mean, most of our wars, for better or worse, and our conflicts here on Earth can often be traced to resources, people fighting over them, and this is no exception.
So you described this as a clear-cut battle between good and evil. What can you tell us about your villain is Kit Harington this time around, right?
Sure.
What can you tell us about him and his performance?
Well, Kit Harington is the admiral of the enemy's Bismarck, so to speak. Their biggest, baddest, most destructive warship that they have in their fleet. And the attack on Earth by the Settlement Defense Front was a sneak attack. And it really took a toll on our fleet. And so this crew of the Retribution has to go out and sort of fight with the little that they have, meaning their one ship against an entire fleet. And Kit Harington plays Admiral Salen Koch. He's at the helm of their most feared warship.
So what is their side? What does he represent? What is their army?
Yeah, they're called the Settlement Defense Front.
Okay.
If you look at the evolution of this story in terms of what this story universe looks like, they are a group of people who were sent out beyond the reaches of our atmosphere, and the distance, the space, and time gave way to a new culture, a movement of radicals, people that don't see Earth as their home, and in fact have no connection to the place that we call home today. And in the absence of that connection, a kind of insurgency rises. And that insurgency is dead set on kind of running things, control, and eradicating everything Earthborn.
That doesn't sound good.
No.
Not good, man. Not good. Call the Marines.
But what does sound good is this new Call of Duty. It seems to be a little bit different approach to the series, and I don't mind telling you I'm excited to play this game.
We're super excited to play this game.
It's Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. It's out November 4th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
November 4th. Guys, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We still have more to come from day one of Comic-Con here on IGN right after this.
Hey guys, we're here at Comic-Con with the gang from Fear the Walking Dead, who will be returning for the second part of Season 2 soon. They say there are safety in numbers, which makes me worried for your characters. Because everyone kind of scattered at the end of this first half of the season. So Lorenzo, I'll start with you. Your character certainly has gone to a sort of dark, bleak place.
Yes.
His dad is stuck with him, though. Do you think his dad can help pull him out of this?
Yeah, you know, I think it'll be a good journey with Chris and Travis. You know, because you see Chris so vulnerable, and you would hope that that vulnerability will lead to his dad helping him.
Mm-hmm. And Alicia, meanwhile, I was joking about safety in numbers, but at least you have a group.
Yeah, I'm
in a vehicle.
actually have a group at this point,
Yeah.
which is nice, and ones that's not at odds with each other at a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's a good group to have, and we had fun shooting together too.
Yes, yeah. But at the same time, this gentleman to your left, your brother, he's kind of ditched you. How is she dealing with that?
I mean, it's just kind of an average day in the Clark household, isn't it?
Right.
I guess the thing is that Alicia's been dealing with that kind of story for a very long time, and the end of the first half, it feels maybe a little bit more of maybe a bit more closure than any other time, because in this world as we know it, it's not really a possibility that she is going to see him again. So it's like he has made his final choice. Of course, it's heartbreaking, and it's seeing her mother go through that again is difficult. But I think she hopes that maybe she can step up and kind of come into her own and be an equal now, and not just the daughter in the group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Frank, Nick's gone native as a zombie, pretty much.
Nick's gone native, yeah.
Has he found what is this kinship he's feeling? Because it's this very sort of odd connection he seems to have.
Yeah. I don't know. I think well, junkies look a bit like zombies, don't they? So they walk a bit like them, and they have the same hunger, and not so afraid of gore and blood and all that stuff. So.
And how about you, afraid of gore? Because you have worn more bloody shirts and been coated in blood more than anyone on the cast so far. How do you like those days?
Oh, it's horrible, mate. It's really horrible. I tell you, every time you read I read the script and you see there's another day of it, because it's so sticky and it's like there, it gets under there, and then when you move your arm up, it sticks there, and
it
it's
sticks to your
really
hair as well,
horrible. It
right?
Sticks to my hair.
Kind of like when you move, then your hair moves kind of with you.
Right.
It's not that comfortable.
I feel like we're doing like a Wimbledon or something.
I know, it does feel like that.
We're going to play-by-play right
And we're live at Wimbledon.
Back to you, Tony.
Do some sports coverage too. Lorenzo, there were some moments that were getting sort of scary with your character when it seemed like he was first going to let Madison die, but then when he walked into the bedroom and it was like, what was he going to do there? Where is his head at?
I think Chris. I spoke to Dave, the showrunner, about it. He was going into the room to apologize to Alicia.
Oh, was that what it was? Really?
He was going to apologize, and then he sees the knife. And he's like, yo, what's up? She's got a knife next to her.
Yeah, that's my trusty,
mean.
That could be dangerous
casual
for her.
everyday knife. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I think he was going to take the knife to protect himself, to get it away from Alicia. And then boom, the gun goes off, and it's like a weird, awkward.
Caught red-handed.
Yeah, I was like.
All right. So hopefully we don't have to worry about him and knives. Alicia, for your character, she's with her mom, which, there's a strained relationship, but at least it's her mom. But how's she feeling about the other people she's with? Ophelia obviously seems like a friendly sort, but Strand, he was very dubious to begin with. Is she starting to trust him more, or what is her mind on him?
I think the main thing with our group at the start of the second half is that everyone has lost quite a lot.
Yeah.
And personally, individually. Strand has lost his partner, Madison has lost her Travis and family, and Ophelia's lost her father. And Alicia's actually finally the one that hasn't lost as much maybe as everybody else in that moment in time, and so she sort of tries to become the glue in that moment and keep everyone together. And I think in doing so, we start to see new alliances form and new relationships. And yeah, it's the first time Alicia and Strand actually get to kind of see each other on a more equal level. Yeah.
And then meanwhile, for Nick, because he's out on his own, what does he do next? Where does he go next? Does he fall in love with a zombie, or does he find some other people to try to connect you out there?
I don't know. I think he doesn't fall in love with a zombie. That is an interesting storyline.
Yes.
I like that.
That's a season 3 story.
That's, yeah. I think he's looking to see what's going on in the world, where we're all at, where the rest of humanity is, all that sort of stuff. I think.
And lastly, this show is because it is a zombie show. You have delivered some big, sort of crazy sequences. Anything coming up for people, sort of viscerally, visually, that you're pretty excited for people to see?
I mean, the energy and the action definitely amps up for the second half. That we can say for sure.
And the trailer is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you'll catch a lot of what's
It's
to come.
so
Yeah,
cool.
it's amazing. I've seen it.
I look forward to seeing that. Well, guys, Fear the Walking Dead Season 2 will recommence, I should say, just a few weeks, and you can check out more about Fear the Walking Dead and plenty more from San Diego Comic-Con here at IGN.
IGN Live at Comic-Con is presented by Batman the Telltale Series. Episode 1 available to download August 2nd.
You must show the world the true nature of a Wayne. Don't let tombstones be your family legacy. There is room for Bruce and Batman inside that suit. Whatever Falcone has planned, it
Started with this 3-minute video that our director David Sandberg did with his wife in his apartment in Sweden and went viral to have 3 million viewers, and 9 months later this man finds himself in Hollywood directing this big film.
I know.
So it's a great story, and he did a terrific job.
Well, let's talk about the sort of the primal fear that this movie explores. Let's start with you, Teresa.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's it's an instinctual fear that we all have, the fear of the dark. It's perhaps just ingrained in us as children. I know my 2.5-year-old, who has never seen anything scary in his life, just said to me the other day, "Mummy, the dark is so scary." And I think we all kind of feel that way, except for Maria, who's immune to being afraid of the dark.
I'm the oddball out. I fear things, but not the dark. It's odd.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but I like the metaphor of it, and there's a lot of metaphor in this movie, because when we take out the horror of this movie, it's still a standalone family drama about the shadow self, about mental illness. This mother who I play, Sophie, is suffering from manic depression, schizophrenia. We don't know what it is, and how that affects their entire family. You know, how it affects Teresa's character and little Gabe.
Well, can you elaborate on that a little bit? You know, what is going through your character's mind as this stuff starts to unfold?
I think Rebecca, when we first meet her, she's very guarded. She has a tough exterior, and truly she feels very bitter about the fact that her childhood has been obliterated by this entity, and also having to deal with the dysfunction of her mother's illness. She's hurting. She's really wanting to find connection and love, and it's so nice to see a character with such substance in this genre. I love it so much. And then we see her go on this journey, and ultimately, by the end, I do think she's really blossomed into a fully realized person, and she really accepts her mother and loves her mother by the end of the film.
Now, this movie was produced by James Wan, who is a horror maestro. It really is great to get sort of that seal of approval from the new master of horror. What do you think it is that his eye for horror brings to this film? I personally, I like that he has an old school sensibility to him. And I don't know if you folks feel this way as well, but I do feel like a lot of contemporary horror films don't understand the psychological component behind the scare. They think just the jump alone is enough, and it's not. You know.
Yeah.
What kind of what do you think James Wan brings to the horror genre in this film in particular?
Well, he was on this. I met him twice. And you wouldn't believe it when you meet him, right?
He's like
He's
the
this
happiest,
diminutive, sweetest, young, loveliest, excited, creative guy. I don't know what I expected, like Jason or something. I don't know what I expected. But he has such a creative spirit, and I believe that he draws on, you know, negative, dark, using all of that to make it into art. And that's why he's so good at what he does.
Well, you know, I was going to ask about when you're shooting a horror film, particularly one that's about getting into your head in a way and dealing with those primal fears. What is the vibe like on a set? Do you try and purposely keep it even more kind of loose and fun, or do you have to stay in a zone all the time? Or
I definitely stayed in a zone for the most part. She's really traumatized, my character, and very damaged in so many different ways. And so for me, I had to delve back into my own fear as a child, and I would kind of marinate in the feelings of being afraid of the dark. And when you're so little, and the dark just feels so overwhelming, and I really tried to sit in that for a long time, and I'd get very exhausted, I think, by the end of the day. And then, of course, I'd have to brush off that energy because I'd have to go home and talk about Peppa Pig with my 2-year-old. So I found it pretty challenging, but I enjoyed it. I really did.
Peppa Pig, okay.
Yeah.
How about you? When you're doing a film like this, do you like to, in between takes, keep it kind of more light and loose, or are you also similarly staying in that sort of zone?
No, I'm very much, when I'm done that scene, go back to myself. I've never really worked that way. I've never held on to a character, been the same between scenes. Like as soon as they call lunch, I'm like, yes! Even if I'm doing like a weeping, crying, scary scene, and then cut, it's like, okay, next. That's my thing.
Now, also here, we think, possibly, is a DC movie, possibly Justice League. Now, there is a documentary coming up about the George Miller Justice League movie.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I'm assuming by your reaction that they didn't interview you for you, but people might not remember, you were supposed to be Talia al Ghul.
I know. That was such an amazing experience for the 5 months I was on that movie. I think maybe I loosely heard about the documentary, but I'm excited to see it. I just wonder what that looks like.
I'm excited to hear the story about it. I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, well,
Director George Miller of Mad Max Fury Road and everything. So,
yeah, it was great. I mean, I was so excited to get that role. We were all down there in Australia. We were just about to film it, and then about 2 weeks before we started shooting, we were like, what's going on? I'm not really doing any more fittings for my character. And then we got a call just saying, we think you should probably head back to America. Doesn't look like the movie's gonna happen.
So it didn't happen?
Yeah,
Never happened. We were down there for so long, and we were working, we did a bunch of rehearsals. We would sit down and analyze a script, and we became this really tight-knit group, and then it never happened. It was really disappointing at the time.
Now, just to go back towards Lights Out in the moments we have left here, what do you actually want this movie to, the sort of reaction do you want to provoke with the audience in this one? Is it a cathartic feeling at the end, or do you want them to leave like going home and still being afraid of the dark? Or
I think most of us live our lives pretty like this, little bumps like this. But with this sort of horror film, I say it's like you're walking through the forest and you hear a twig snap behind you. And suddenly you hear like the twig here and there, and you're like, where is it coming from? And it's for an hour and 20 minutes. So your adrenaline, just the chemicals in your body, your adrenaline just goes through the roof.
I don't want to walk through whatever woods you're going through. It sounds absolutely terrifying. Now, do you have, were there particular horror movies that you loved growing up, or ones that you find the most frightening, outside of your own, even though we're plugging your movies?
Lights Out. No.
Yeah.
The Shining for me was one that I really resonated with that. The characters, I thought it was really brilliant. Just visually, the way it looked, I still have the image of the twins and the blood coming down the walls, and I mean, it just imprints itself in your mind. And it's funny because I feel like we've managed to do that with Diana's silhouette. She's also imprinted herself in my mind and has seeped into my nightmares.
People at Comic-Con next year will be dressed like Diana.
Yeah, you watch.
I assure you.
You see.
I think she's going to be
Diana
like Freddy
cosplay?
Krueger.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That is a bold statement.
Yes,
I like
it is,
that.
but I'm putting it out there.
Now, what horror films were you particularly fond of or found scary before?
I saw The Exorcist when I was around 12 or something, and I really haven't seen a horror film since. I don't love horror films, but just her turning her head around and puking, that was enough for me. That was enough for me.
That sounds like that party I was at last night, but I think that's going to do us. That's about going to do it for this segment. I would like to thank you, Teresa Palmer. Maria Bello. Lights Out opens in theaters this Friday. It's a frightening, awesome movie. We liked it a lot on the site. For all things on horror movies and for more continuing coverage from IGN live at Comic-Con 2016, keep it here.
Here we are, everybody, the end of day one. IGN Live from Comic-Con 2016. I'm Damon, this is Brian, Joshua, Eric. Gentlemen, what do we think of, what are the big takeaways from day one this year?
I am tired.
That
was just day one. Couldn't there be several more days of this? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Actually, part of the reason I'm so tired is that I tried to play Pokemon Go out there for an hour. Besides the fact that the signal dropped out, is that it is hot.
Hot enough for you?
A lot of fire Pokemon going on out there.
Yeah.
I moderated the panel for Justice League Action today, the new animated series, and they showed an episode, and it's really fun. I know that adult fans get cynical about, like, oh, why has it got to be funny? Can't it just be badass? But
dark and gritty.
It's really funny. The episode they showed had a whole video game, a fighting game theme, where they're basically forced to fight in a living fighting game. And it made people laugh. Ken Jeong was revealed as the voice of Toyman, who was in this episode. They revealed Hannibal Buress as Mr. Terrific and Patton Oswalt as Space Cabbie. So I think that if you are open to having some fun with your Justice League, maybe a little different than the movies, this is going to be for you.
Wait, they didn't snap anybody's necks?
There was no neck
I'm out.
snapping. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know Call of Duty Infinite Warfare had their panel today. They debuted a new cutscene, some new gameplay footage. They also revealed that the terminal map from Modern Warfare 2, I believe, which is like a fan favorite map, is coming to this game.
That's really
Sort
cool.
of like spruce it up and put it in space, basically.
Space is a good place to bring that map.
Space is the place.
Space is the place.
I've heard.
Yeah, there was some really cool video game stuff at Comic-Con, even though it's not really what we come to expect from the show. But there's some surprises here and there, aside from dying from sweltering heat and playing Pokemon Go. There's some fun little things tucked away. Nintendo had some cool stuff. Gears of War 4 was here. You and I played the new Pac-Man game, which was just awesome.
Championship Edition 2.
Yep.
And we liked it.
It was great.
Yeah. Luke Cage, the new Netflix series. We had them on the show earlier today, and then their panel is tonight.
Yeah.
What do you anticipate from that panel?
They have to debut the first trailer, I think. I mean, all we've seen from the show so far is that little segment they showed at the end of Daredevil Season 2, which was like a 20, 30-second clip. So I think we're going to get a full trailer. People in the panel might see more than we see. I think I don't know if they're going to show the whole full episode, which they did at New York Comic Con as a surprise for Jessica Jones. But I think they're going to show a few scenes. I have a feeling this will be really like, here's what Luke Cage is, because the show debuts September 30th.
Yeah, it's
not that far. Yeah, so I think we're going to get some pretty cool footage.
So hopefully they've filmed some of it already.
I think, they got to get on that, because they're not doing it live, so I think they got to do that.
Speaking of Luke Cage, we had Joe Quesada on, the CCO at Marvel, and he's been working on the show a lot. He had a lot to say about it, so check that out, his interview. He also talked a little bit about Iron Fist and said that Iron Fist is going to have the most villains of any of the Marvel shows so far. So that's really cool when he gets his Netflix series.
Is there going to be like a villain of the week?
Every episode.
Except it's binging, so it's a villain of the hour.
Yeah, a villain of the hour.
Yeah. And he also teased that at his panel, we're going to see a never-before-seen Marvel Marvel TV trailer for some new show that no one has seen yet. So
what could that be?
I don't know. I'm thinking like a Howard the Duck.
I don't know. It's like there's the
I would love that.
Part of me is like, what if they showed something from Marvel's Most Wanted, even though it's not coming to air? But that would be weird because sometimes you don't like to do that, you know. But there's a whole pilot episode out there that's been shot of that show. I wonder if we'll ever see it.
Yeah.
Well, that's about it for us from day one of Comic-Con 2016. But join us again, same time, same place tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific. We'll be live streaming all afternoon then, and again on Saturday. So lots more panels and guests and celebrities coming through over the next couple of days. So everybody have a great night.